Hello, everybody. We are live. It is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026 at 11:32 a.m. I have been up and at it for, 6 hours already. That's why I had to put on my sunglasses because I've been up under this light for hours and I will be up under this light for more hours. Oh, this one's not even on, girl. Okay, how is everyone? Put a one in the chat if you're coming over from the That Surprise Witness video. I just put one out. Diddy just lost $100 million defamation suit. It was dismissed. Also, today, the primary bulk of today's video, we are going to be talking about David, D4VD. A lot has transpired and happened since the last time I talked about David. I was going to come on here live yesterday, but y'all, I am still literally hoarse from the 7, however, I don't even remember, 6 hours something, 7 hours something long live stream. I am exhausted from that, but we have to talk about David. There's all kinds of stuff going on in this David situation. Oh man, I don't even know how many links we have to go through, so many updates, as well as some other things that we have already talked about, but I think deserve a little bit of a re-examination. We're going to be talking about timelines. We're going to be talking about statements from families. We're going to be talking about a potential possible additional victim. And then toward the second part, or maybe toward the end, it just depends how much we can get through on David. I do want to switch gears into a different topic later in today's video, and that's going to be about Ashton Kutcher, the guy from that 70s show, one of the people who wrote a letter for Danny Masterson, the convicted beepist. Yep. We need to talk about him because I have a very, very special video that is a long time coming. I've been working on it for a while on BJ Investigates later today, my documentary channel. That one is coming at 3:33 p.m. Eastern time. And leading into that, I want to kind of discuss Ashton Kutcher and his relationship, or the times he was mentioned in the Epstein files. I do have a little bit of a segment in my BJ Investigates about the Epstein files and Ashton Kutcher, but I really didn't. It's already such a long video. I didn't want to, and I didn't have time to really dive into the times that Ashton Kutcher was mentioned in the Epstein files. So we are going to look into that a little later today. But like I said, the vast majority of this video, at least as far as right now at 11:35 a.m. is concerned, again, this is Eastern time. The vast majority of the video I do plan to talk about today is going to be the David situation. There's just so much going on. There's so many people saying so many things, and I want to make sure that we are keeping on top of all of this stuff. It is a case that I plan to follow through to the end. There is another hearing tomorrow, which I do plan to cover. That is going to be the preliminary hearing, not to be confused with the arraignment, which David already had the day before yesterday, the day before yesterday. Anyway, so without further ado, first things first, in I guess no particular order. I did kind of try to have a particular order, but you know how it goes. I just ended up with a bunch of links. So we're just going to go in the order that I have them here. David has been banned on Twitch. That's the first breaking news. David has been banned on Twitch. Twitch partner David has been banned. If you click on his channel, it says this channel is currently unavailable due to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines or terms of service. Now, not only is that news in and of itself, but I do wonder, first of all, why it took so long for them to ban him, if they were going to ban him over terms and service violations, because from what I understand, the guy has not posted anything on Twitch since the whole story broke back in September. So what exactly is it that David did in the meantime to get banned? And I have a theory and some speculation. My speculation on David being banned on Twitch, and I am going to try to keep somewhat track of like timestamps here today. So the first thing is a Twitch ban, because I think it makes it easier for y'all to go back through and find parts of the video, and also makes it easier for me to go back through. So let's see, the beginning is going to be 000 through, I don't know, and that's going to be the Twitch ban. So the reason that, the speculation that I have on why David was banned is we heard from the prosecutors and the police about, what was it, the day before yesterday, that David, is convicted based on a bunch of evidence that they have, or not, excuse me, not convicted. He's charged based on a bunch of evidence that they do have. And they listed out the evidence. They said, digital evidence, forensic evidence, and physical evidence. Well, okay, we know what physical evidence is. We know what forensic evidence is, but what about this digital evidence? It is my belief that one of the reasons, it's just a belief, I don't know these people, but it's my belief that one of the reasons why this case took so long to prosecute is because they were waiting to get, yeah, this is a real live right now. Yes, this is real live. I'm really live right now. It is 11:38 a.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday, April 22nd. This is actually a live. Yes. And this is live stream, the beginning of live stream number 17. Live show. This is the 17th show. So, okay, let me get off y'all's comments real quick because I do want to read them, but I need to stay on track for this, for my theory here. So, it's my belief that one of the reasons that it took so long for the prosecutors to prosecute this case, or one possible reason it took so long, is because they were waiting to get back a bunch of evidence that they had to subpoena. Like a lot of times, for example, Google or YouTube or whatever, they're not just going to hand over somebody's information, even if the feds are asking for it, or even if the state is asking for it, and which is the case in David's. So I think it takes some time to get, like deleted Twitch streams, for example. Like, how is the government going to get their hands on a deleted Twitch stream? Well, one way is maybe somebody downloaded it somewhere and they happen to have access to it. Another way is perhaps they could try to subpoena it. But these things do take some time. And sometimes stuff, like as we saw with David's parents, people are not always super cooperative with stuff. And so is it possible, this is my theory, is it possible that the reason that now Twitch is deleting David's account is because now the criminal, case has begun, and some of the evidence that they're going to be using against David in this case might have came off of this Twitch account. And so Twitch, probably isn't really trying to have all this extra smoke from even like the feds, even though, again, this is not a federal case. This is a state level case. But if it ends up coming out that there was a bunch of illegal stuff going on David's Twitch with, people under the age of, what, then Twitch is going to start getting looked at. Like, why are you letting all this stuff get posted or whatever? So I think that's my theory. That's my opinion. Twitch is basically hiding out, trying to stay away from any legal liabilities, et cetera, et cetera. Ding, ding, ding. Sharp things are against Twitch's policy too. Interesting. Sharp instruments. How can you be banned when you haven't been convicted yet? Well, the thing about Twitch, Miss Jams, and I actually, certainly see a problem with this in some cases. The thing about Twitch and these they're called private third-party platforms, is the government doesn't own them. So they are not, strictly speaking, held to the same standard as the government. So the same way, how did Interscope drop David, even though David wasn't convicted yet? How did Crocs and Hollister decide to drop the collaboration with David, even though David wasn't convicted yet? It's because this is a private company and they're allowed to have their own rules. Now, that being said, I haven't seen a single streaming platform, not a single one, that applies these rules unanimously and, in my opinion, fairly across the board. A lot of times a video reacting, for example, to some other video will be deleted for violation of terms, but the original video they were reacting to doesn't get deleted. That's strange. So why was David banned even though he hasn't been convicted? Well, I don't think there's anything in Twitch's policies that says if you get convicted, then you can't be on here. They have their own policies and terms and conditions, and they have now determined for whatever reason that David somehow in his activity on the platform violated the terms and conditions of the platforms. Now, it is extremely, like I said, sometimes it's extremely not fair because some people will get banned for certain things and some people won't, even though they're doing the same thing on the same platform. But also, what's strange to me about this is the timing. Why is it that it's, months and months and months and months after David posted his last Twitch stream that he finally gets taken down off a stream? It appears to coincide with his arrest and his arraignment or whatever. But he doesn't have to have been convicted. That's the short answer. David does not have to have been convicted to be kicked off of Twitch. But that being said, I do see how sometimes Twitch, Kick, and the rest do. I don't really know how they make their decisions because they do seem sometimes to be a little bit, okay, why is this person banned for something and that person's not? Another thing too, a lot of times Twitch, Kick, and other streaming platforms will not tell you exactly granularly what you did. It'll just say you violated the terms on sharp objects, or they'll take a whole video down and say the whole video violated the terms on bullying, but like it won't really say why or how. And that is something that I actually do think is an issue, not because I'm somehow trying to take up for David and he needs a Twitch account, although I don't see what the harm in David having a Twitch account up at this point would be. It's been up for the last several months without him posting anything. What I'm more concerned about is how these types of situations, these rules can be used against us and against people who are not doing the things that David stands accused of doing. That's interesting. Twitch probably kept him on the site to get all the revenue from the David situation to Twitch. Could be. But yeah, so I did want to just update y'all. David's account is his profile is no longer active on Twitch. He has been removed for violating the terms and services according to reports. Now, moving right along, this is in the news and updates section here. We're going to be talking now about Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the victim's families finally spoken out. They finally released a statement. We expected them to release a statement all the way back day before yesterday on the day of David's arraignment, but they did not release a statement. They were supposed to then perhaps have their lawyer come out and speak at the press conference following the arraignment, and that too did not happen. Now, we finally do get an exclusive statement from the family through TMZ. As you can see, it does say exclusive right there. So the headline is Celeste Rivas's family was emotionally drained after court hearing in David Murmur case. Okay, girl, put a 2 in the chat if you also were emotionally drained by the end of that court hearing. Hold on. Just writing my little timestamps here. Celeste Rivas family too emotionally drained to talk murder case, which does make sense. Her family was devastated and exhausted after David's first court appearance. I bet. This is why they scrapped their plans to address the media for the first time since David was charged with killing Celeste. The family was supposed to hold court Monday outside the Hall of Justice in downtown Los Angeles and give a statement through their lawyer, but that never happened. And now we know why. Patrick Steinfeld, who is representing the family, told TMZ, quote, "The Rivas Hernandez family is very private. They are very private individuals who are overwhelmed by the day's events. They were concerned for their safety when they heard about the bomb threat. They were intimidated by the onslaught of reporters and the aggressiveness of some camera people." And they are aggressive. They are rabid, deranged beasts in LA. Those I've been trampled. I've been trampled myself at a Free Britney rally. Thank God for the 2 people who literally physically snatched me out from underneath the hooves of these beasts in LA outside of a courthouse. So I know how they be acting. They are rabid. They are, they have no uncouth. They have no home training. And yes, there was a boom threat. Yes, there was. And again, shout out to the Free Britney people who were at the rally, who snatched me out from under the hoofs of these people so I didn't even get harmed. But I remember I saw the hoofs of the hooves. I remember I saw the it was they were trampling with their hoofs, and I almost got caught up under them, but I didn't because somebody saved me. So I remember the day that David was arraigned, the day before yesterday, the camera people were out in front and they had the cameras. These people were just standing still, you know, it was the stationary cameras, the like AP cameras and stuff. And I do remember seeing one lady who appeared like she may have been in some way related to Celeste, perhaps. She was looking very distraught, emotional. She had a tissue. She was blotting her eyes, and she was standing on the other side of the glass at the Celeste Rivas Hernandez David arraignment. And I thought to myself, I wonder if that's Celeste's mom, or I wonder if that's her aunt or something like that, because the lady looked like she was like deer in headlight. Like she was looking like through the glass out at the people, through the glass of the courthouse out at the cameras and stuff. And then when I heard that the family wasn't going to make a statement, I was like, I bet you they're really just overwhelmed. I bet you they're just overwhelmed. And I didn't even think about, the talons. I didn't even think about the bomb threat. I mean, I did. I reported on it, but like I didn't put the two and two together that the family, obviously makes total sense, would be like, I don't know what that's about, but I don't want to be sticking around here much longer than need be. Deep thoughts, yes. Regarding David being banned on Twitch, celebrities get away with breaking social media rules all the time, often blatantly. The various companies only run the various companies running them only punish the little people usually, or the big people who they have a political reason to not like. But anyway, okay. So yeah, it has to be a lot to go through. I know she wasn't skinny. She looked, I wouldn't characterize her as skinny. I mean, I'm not trying to like really comment on people's body like that, like especially, you know, in this circumstance, but she looked like she probably, knows how to cook. I'll say that. But like, you know, she looks sweet. She looked, you know, I'm not trying to be mean or nothing, but no, skinny is not how I'd characterize the lady that I saw through the glass. Oh, shout out also, special shout out. Can we get some clap emojis in the chat? Can we get some heart emojis? Can we get some thank yous in the chat for Flojo TV, who was out there physically in person, not only at David's arraignment, but also has been going all around LA to get and gather on the ground news and evidence for us in this highly not transparent so far case. So shout out to Flojo TV. I see a lot of hearts coming in. Put some 333s in the chat for Flojo TV. He is getting his channel going. I see that he has, you know, needs a few more subscribers over there. So if y'all want to see somebody on the ground over there in LA covering this story, going to the impound lot where David's car was, the Tesla was, he saw with his own eyes the actual Tesla, y'all go ahead over there and subscribe and make sure you show him some support, because this is what we need. We need people on the ground who are, you know, they know how to act and they aren't being crazy, and they're just out there simply reporting on what's going on. Thank you so much to him. He also is the first one who let me know in my email inbox when David was arrested. So he is on this case. He is on this story. And thank you to him. So back to this exclusive from TMZ. The lawyer for Celeste's family says that they were exhausted and emotionally drained and needed time to compose themselves and probably decompress after being completely devastated by some of the gruesome details that came out during David's arraignment. That is completely understandable. I too have committed to doing things after a hearing that I decided I didn't have the energy to do, and that's not even related to any of my family members. So I can truly only imagine what they were going through, and I can totally understand why they weren't trying to be out in front of those cameras and making a bunch of statements. We're told the family eventually did emerge from the Hall of Justice to talk to the media, but the reporters had left to go meet their deadlines. Y'all, I mean, when they say eventually, just not that the reporters need me to be their advocate, okay, but when they say eventually, people stood out there for over an hour after the court hearing and nothing, no movement, nothing happened. So I can understand why the news cameras left. I mean, how long are they supposed to stand out there? It's probably getting dark. Justice for Celeste, indeed. I wish my thing would do I wish it would actually do heart, but it won't do it. Used to do it in my other other video, my other setup in my other office, but it don't do it no more. I don't know. It was that was like an Apple camera. It's true too. This is true too. 2 snaps. Nothing the family could have said anyway would have been good enough for the public, I'm sure. That's true. And I do think that is why the family is releasing a statement even at this point, because a lot of people are saying, where's her family? Why haven't they spoken? Where's her family? They're just as guilty. They're just as bad. Why haven't they spoken? Why haven't they spoken out? I could think of a lot of reasons just from a speculation standpoint why they didn't speak out, including they don't want to interfere with the investigation. Because see, a lot of us that follow these pop culture cases, we're kind of aware that you have to stay on top of the media. You have to stay on top of the cops. You have to stay on top of the coroner. You have to stay on top of the DA. You have to apply this pressure. Why? Because they don't always do what's right. But you got to remember, if you're not somebody that follows these cases, you're just a regular old person out here in the world. Maybe recall, a time in your life before you followed these cases. I know certainly that I can recall a time in my life before. And I used to think, let the police handle it. They're doing their investigation. They're going to, run through what they need to. And then, and I don't want to get in the way. I don't want to mess it up. They know what they're doing. So you can imagine maybe the family feels that way. Maybe the family also feels afraid. They don't have resources, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe she comes from a really rich, wealthy family. I don't know anything about their background, but I'm just imagining, the average person out here, certainly my family, can't afford the resources that it takes to go up against a huge machine. We don't know who was questioned and for what. We don't know the circumstances under which these family members were questioned. We don't know. They could have been suspects for the longest. We just don't have any idea. And so for those reasons, I can understand why the family wouldn't speak out. I mean, just from a Fifth Amendment perspective. However, they're now speaking out, but people are not happy with it. They are saying too little, too late. Family should have spoken out sooner. And maybe that's true. Maybe that's true, but I can kind of see the other side of it. I'll just say that. The lawyer adds, quote, I would never leave my clients when they need my support or rush them to appear on camera when they're tired, crying, and incredibly sad. He provided a statement to TMZ yesterday. And according to that statement, Celeste's family said, we would like to thank the Los Angeles Police Department and the district attorney's office for their hard work. We would also like to thank the people of Lake Elsinore for all their support. The statement goes on, Celeste. Okay, so this is actually the first time in my time covering the case, I've actually heard anyone give a first-hand account of what they remember about Celeste. In all these other cases, missing persons cases, cases where children end up no longer among the living or kidnapped, you always hear from the families and they're like, or the friends or the husbands or the loved ones. And they'll say, so-and-so was a great person. She was the light of the room. She always had a smile. She was funny. She was hard, but whatever. We have not heard in 8 months almost, definitely 7 months. We have not heard anything about Celeste. It's almost like she's not only a ghost, but she's like a ghost. It's like all her social media accounts also apparently had been taken down. We're not really sure of any statements from her other than the few things that were recorded of her on stream with David that have come out. And so we finally are getting some information about Celeste from the perspective of her family. They say Celeste was a beautiful, strong girl who loved to sing and dance. Every Friday night was movie night, and we spent wonderful times together. We love her very much, and she always told us that she loved us. We miss her deeply, and all we want is justice for Celeste. Very heartbreaking. You got to remember, y'all, I mean, this was a little Girl, she was 14 years old when she lost her life. She was 13, perhaps younger, when she first became acquainted with David. I know that to some people who don't have, siblings or nephews or nieces around or haven't been around 13-year-olds, it kind of is like, oh yeah, 13, whatever, that's a teenager. No, y'all, this is a kid. That's a kid. Nova from Soft White Underbelly and No Jumper, Nova was also 13 years old in that first video that Mark Leta posted of her where, the uncensored 13. Like, remember how young that was a child. She didn't have any tattoos. Now, Cora Bell said the family's statement kind of contradicts that she was a chronic runaway. We don't know what she was running away from. She could have been running away from her parents, but she could have been running away from something else. We don't know what she was running away from. But you're right. I don't know what she was running away from. And it could have been them parents. And that could have been some contributor to why it has taken so long for them to come out and actually say something. Okay. So those are the first two links. Now I want to move on to the next item on the David Celeste Rivas Hernandez agenda. Let's see. What are we on here? I'm just trying to keep up with my timestamps somewhat. When did preteen get lumped in with teenager? I don't get it, but she's a child. I don't know who lumped that. I don't think it got lumped in. I don't think anyone's calling a preteen a teenager. 12 is not a teenager. Yeah, Kadisha Lynn said, my now 14. Girl, you have a 14-year-old? Oh God. Whoa. I just assume you're my age. I guess I could have a 14-year-old actually. I could have one based on my age. I don't know. That's crazy. Cuz I don't have kids. It's just crazy to think about somebody that I think is close to my age. I'm 14-year-old. But look, people saying their 14-year-olds just stopped playing with Barbies. Exactly. My girl is about to turn 9. Yeah, that's yeah. When did she first start running away? Oh my gosh. 16. Wow, you were so young as a mom. Okay, you are 31. Wow, you're way younger than me, girl. I'm 35. Oh my God. That is crazy. Okay, yeah. And who signed for her to get that tattoo? David, Discord chats have been recovered and those are on Reddit. We may take a look at those later. The press keeps calling her a teen or a young woman, everything but a child. Exactly. She could have been running away for attention because something else was causing it going on. Could have been. She could have got tangled up with another guy who was more dangerous that she was running away from. I mean, really, we don't know. Venus Envy, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Celeste was found one day after she would have turned 14. No, she was found actually, Venus Envy. She was found one day after she would have turned 15. Because originally, remember, they were reporting she was a 15-year-old, 15 remains of a 15-year-old found in the trunk. It was 14 because she had died months before. But the allegations in the criminal complaint against David do allege that he was doing things with, her at 13. Yeah, right, Kadisha Lynn. Yeah, right. I was in my 20s, girl. You are too. Not you flatter me. I am 35. And thank you again, Venus, for the $4.99. And y'all make sure you go follow Kadisha Lynn. She has amazing coverage on this case as well. It's so cute. We're all in each other's chats. I was in Rabbit's chat yesterday. She actually called upon me to go up, and so is Flojo. I think went on yesterday too. He was on down the Rabbit Hole News chat, and I was just so tired. My voice, it was strained. I just wanted to watch as a member of the audience. 13 is really so young. I know. So let's go to the next topic I want to talk about, and it was all the David and Celeste Rivas Hernandez topic, but the next thing here. on the agenda, the next link I have, and that is SF Investigates. We have a couple tweets of his that I want to look at. Remember, he is we're in the, I know 30s is the new 20s. 30s is the new 20s. I would never go back to my 20s. I am happy to be in my 30s. Woo! I'm looking forward to the 40s too. Anyway, so here is a tweet from SF Investigates. Now, remember, he is the private investigator who was hired by the owner of the house where David was living. So he's kind of like got some insider information about this case. He said, this is back from, we're going to read a couple of his tweets. He just tweeted something else this morning that I want to go over as well. But, God, my nose is itchy. I used a different powder today. I washed all my makeup brushes the other weekend, except this one. Probably should do that next. Okay, so we're going to read a few tweets from him. This one is from April 20th. He had actually physically gone in person to the arraignment, which is very valuable. He said David entered a not guilty plea on all charges. His attorneys are pressing for a fast preliminary hearing and are eager to see evidence against him. They noted that they have not received any discovery, including the autopsy, and I am surprised. Me personally, I am surprised and shocked that there has not been a release of that autopsy result yet. I was expecting the autopsy results to be public on the 20th, the day of the hearing, Monday, and it's already Wednesday, and we still haven't gotten that autopsy report. Let me go look real quick just to see if the medical examiner has uploaded it or unsealed it, since we're talking about it. Okay. First name Celeste, last name Hernandez. Nope, just still that one result, which is not her. That is a different Celeste Hernandez. This is from 2021. This is not her. So it looks like still the medical examiner has not unsealed the case, even though the judge ordered the medical examiner to do that. So David's attorneys in the court hearing on the 21st were like, hold on. We don't even have the autopsy report. We don't even know what the coroner's report says. So cough it up. They noted they haven't received any discovery, including the autopsy report. The prosecutor said there was over 40 terabytes. That is just an unimaginable amount of data. Like I think my whole entire computer has like 5, and that is like the highest you can get. No, 2. Is it 2 or 4? It's like so much, and that's just so many terabytes. It would probably mostly video, if I had to guess. It's got to be the bulk of that's got to be video, but probably also like Discord chats and streams. And if he was doing all that in 4K, it's a lot of terabytes are going to come in. The prosecutor replied, there's over 40 terabytes of discovery in the case, and it would take a while to get that over to the defense team. However, David's attorney still wanted to move forward to get a speedy preliminary hearing for April 23rd. The judge also agreed to have the medical examiner's report unsealed. Justice is coming for Celeste. Now, a lot of people were asking, why would David's lawyers be rushing this preliminary hearing? Wouldn't they want more time to get ready? Probably they knew this was coming. And they do have David has a statutory right to a speedy preliminary hearing. This will be on the 3rd day of the 10-day trial or 10-day window period of time that's allotted under the statute and by law. Tactical AF. Because why? Because David's team knows that they don't want to give the prosecutors 1 second longer to build this case. Once this thing goes public, here come more witnesses. Don't you remember in Diddy's case where they started, when Diddy started getting sued and like when Diddy started getting raided, that's when some of the witnesses were finally like, okay, fine, I will speak up. So there's all kinds of information that these prosecutors are probably now just getting. And David's team doesn't want to give the prosecutors any more time. They've already had a 4-month head start. And so they're basically saying, look, hurry up. We got 10 days. We want to do it on the 3rd of the 10th day. We're ready to go. And that is, I think, to not give the prosecutors any more time. Now, as a side effect of that, of course, that does end up meaning that David's lawyers don't get time either, but they can always request, extensions, continuances, etc. I think it is to kind of take back a little control over the case, or try to gain some ground, I'll say, over the David prosecution. And I think, David was sitting there nodding. I've been watching body language experts do body language analyses of David, and they're all kind of saying it actually looks like David is not bothered. It doesn't look like it doesn't look like he's really secretly worried and concerned and pretending or fronting, because body language experts are trained to spot those minimal, small clues and cues. The body language experts will look how many times you blinking. They'll look at which, direction your eyes are going. And like all of this stuff is not like a full proven, out to be like complete science. It's kind of like a social science, as it were. So you shouldn't, and I don't take any of this with any like certainty. But the body language analysts are even like, David does not seem worried. Like when they start talking about the autopsy report, David said he like started blinking a little more. Oh, no, I didn't see that. Obsidian, thank you for the $6.99 Canadian super chat. And shout out to the Canadian cousins in the chat, wherever you may be. Shout out to the Acadian diaspora as well, wherever you may be. That's my cousins. Did you see that the judge ruled there would be no cameras in David's preliminary hearing? No. Yes, that's exactly who I was talking about, Kim. Kim said, girl, did you see Dr. G's? Yeah, that's who I was talking about. The judge, I don't know about this. I need to write this note down, see if I need to go back and look into this. The judge has ruled that there's going to be no cameras allowed at the preliminary hearing. I wonder why. I'll have to look into that. I'm writing a little note down to circle back to that. But I did not see that. Thank you for the $6.99. Kim, this is exactly the body language analysis I was talking about. Dr. G, he said David looks like he is 100% sure that his lawyers are going to get him off scot-free and he is not going to be in trouble. Yes, the micro expressions, exactly. Millennials are aging like fine wine. Indeed. People are saying law and crime reporter has confirmed. Oh my gosh. Well, y'all, we're going to have to just come on live afterward and read. Listen, is FloJo TV going to go? If you're going to go, and I have some experience with this, okay, from the Free Britney time of my life. I would go to the Britney hearings. This was at the Stanley Mosque courthouse, but no phones were allowed, no computers were allowed. You by the end of it, you weren't even allowed to get up and leave. If you got up and left, you couldn't come back in. So I have some experience with this. I have a whole notebook, a Free Britney notebook with all my notes in it. There's like BAM notes in there. There's Amanda Bynes notes in there from when I went to her hearing. So if anybody's gonna go, bring a physical note book, either spiral or whatever, binded. Bring a few pens, because one of your first pen might run out of ink. Okay. Bring a few pens and write furiously. Just write furiously everything you see. Look how people are looking, how people are talking, what the people are wearing. And then FloJo, if you cover it on your channel, or if anybody else goes and covers it on your channel, I will watch it. I will review it. If you want to come on my channel, you can, but I would rather like boost y'all's channels so y'all get the views. And people go over there. But yeah, FloJo, you have to go back to another doctor appointment tomorrow, or anyone. There's got to be somebody that's off work tomorrow. Bring a notebook, handy dandy note, a real notebook, because they're probably going to take at some point, maybe not at the next hearing, but at some point they will start to take phones and put them in those Faraday bags and keep them. That is what the LA courts do. This is going to be another Diddy trial, they saying. Rabbit said she's going when they do the trial, if they do a trial. Prosecutor Beth Silverman is really good, though. A trial would be great. Yeah, no, I'm ready. I'm already experienced in covering trials that don't have, I'm already experienced in covering trials that don't have cameras in them from the Diddy one. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if LA courts are going to let somebody like a, what's his name? Like an inner city press type sit in there and tweet. They do allow them to do that in federal court. It's in the Southern District, but this is not federal court. This is state court, and it's in California. So, handy dandy notebook. Yep. This is an extremely millennial chat today, I see. And this might just be like a very millennial channel. I want to show y'all my notebook. So this is I have two notebooks. I have my Sanskrit notebook, and this is where I do my Sanskrit stuff. And then I have my like everyday notebook, and it's just kind of like, for example, just I open to a random page. This is like Diddy motion from 2024. Diddy's motion to exclude evidence at trial. Russell Brand, Oprah lawsuit subpoena. Drew Dixon, Harvey Weinstein. So I like a good notebook moment. So anyway, bring you a notebook if you ever go to court. Bring you a few pens, few different colors, a little highlighter, 2-color highlighters. Just bring as much of that as you can, because when you're in there, you gotta go fast. We do have some boomers in here. We also have some Gen X's, a lot of Gen X. I think it's mostly millennials. My mom is Gen X. She was young too. Okay. So the trapper keeper, they say. So, SF investigates most likely will be in there too. So hopefully we're able to at least get his notes. Now, another possibility that we may be able to do, if anybody's over there on the ground near LA, or especially near the Sarah Foltz Criminal Justice Center, if y'all are willing to go request the transcripts, we can probably do a crowd fund over here and raise the money for them. But if somebody is willing to volunteer, somebody over there who's going to be over there anyway, if somebody's willing to volunteer to go over there and request the transcripts of the preliminary hearing, we can read them, and I can give you the money. Hopefully, like, it will be, we can raise it over here, or whatever. Okay. So SF Investigates will be over there, though. He said he would be at the trial. And Rabbit said she would go to the trial too. But this next hearing is tomorrow, and it's not the trial. So I don't think Rabbit is going over there for that. But if she is, I will be covering it from her perspective too, or showing y'all hers. Okay, so David's attorney wanted to move forward, wanting a speedy preliminary hearing that is set for tomorrow, April 23rd. The judge is going to have the medical examiner's report unsealed. However, it has not been unsealed. Z Young sent me the website of the Discord chats of David, has dates and everything. Okay. Thank you. It will be cool too. We can employ FloJo. Well, I don't know about employ. I don't want to employ anybody, but if he wants to volunteer to go and make the request, and we can try and crowdfund a little bit for it. We'll see. And FloJo, I can send you my cell phone number too to make it easier for you to text, because that's usually the easiest way to get in touch with me, or fastest. Do we know when the actual trial starts? No, we do not. Gen X, the forgotten generation, and we're okay with that. I can never forget Gen X. Gen X completely shaped me. Both my parents are Gen X, and I love Gen X. I really do. I wonder if the medical examiner's report will be released today as well. I also wonder this. I search it many times a day. Celeste Rivas autopsy results. The most recent thing about it is this right here. BJ, the lawyer, said, I don't know about employment now, child. He's, I'm about employment. Employment had a whole bunch of requirements. I ain't trying to employ nobody, but if he's going to do it anyway, we might be able to crowdfund for it. You think we will get the medical examiner's report before tomorrow? I thought we would already have it by now. So what's my opinion on this? Do I think he's guilty? I have no idea. No clue. I think that the strongest public evidence that the public has seen so far that, leans toward guilty, if any of the three, is the one about him having a relationship that's inappropriate. And that's not the words that they use in the statute, but that's the words I'm going to use. But even that, I haven't seen, like, with my own eyes, evidence of him having that relationship. There's some circumstantial evidence. So maybe I have seen a little bit of circumstantial evidence, like Celeste saying the thing she said about Epstein on the live stream and him saying, delete everything, mods, delete everything, delete the VOD or whatever. But that's not evidence of a continuous and repeated ongoing relationship. So for me, I'm keeping an open mind. I am totally open to the possibility he's absolutely guilty. And if he is, he needs to be under the jail, and I hope he gets the death penalty. But I'm kind of reserving getting too invested one way or the other. I mean, we don't see a video like we had of Diddy, for example, running down the hall beating somebody. They have more evidence on him than he don't, though. I don't know what that means. Christian Lamar, this is where I am with it. So far, I don't think we've been presented with any undeniable evidence of any of these crimes yet. But we are just the lowly public, and we are the last to know. Lecky Inks said, you must be from, where are you from, Lecky? UK? We don't really say keen over here too much. Y'all give yourselves away. Everyone keenly waiting and refreshing their pages for a 14-year-old girl's autopsy is kind of disturbing and feels wrong to me. Y'all chill. First the fuck of all, don't tell us what to do. Okay, now all due respect, I'm not keen on getting told what the fuck to do, first of all. Okay. Second of all, it is very disturbing. It's very disturbing that she was killed, that she was reportedly R-worded by an adult man, that she was reported missing, and the cops even went and picked her up one time and didn't pick her up the second time. All those things are very disturbing to me. It's disturbing to me that it's taking so long. It's disturbing to me that this hasn't already been prosecuted months and months ago. And so, unfortunately, while it is disturbing that it is a 14-year-old girl that got killed, what's equally disturbing, if not much, much more disturbing, is the fact that the public has to stay on top of the authorities. That's what's disturbing, because what we should be able to do is go about our lives and not have to look for the 14-year-old's autopsy. We should not have to be looking for this. We should not have to be wondering and asking, is the government doing what they're supposed to do? Are the prosecutors doing what they're supposed to do? Are the police? Are the investigators? Is the damn FBI doing what it's supposed to do? We shouldn't have to worry. We shouldn't have to wonder if justice is going to be had for little girls who get dismembered and found in the front of singers' trunks. But we unfortunately have seen from the past that the cops don't do their job. The medical examiners will often change their mind and have different outcomes of other different medical examiners when private autopsies are done. So if it's so disturbing to you, I have no idea why you're even watching this video right now, because you're doing the same thing you're trying to accuse other people of doing. Now, I'm assuming you're probably some type of bot. But I don't let people tell me what the fuck to do. My mama, my daddy don't tell me what to do. My daddy's dead and gone. My mama, y'all see what happens when she tries to tell me what to do. So I ain't too keen on getting told what to do. Thank you so much, JSS Paul, for the $5 super chat. I'm extremely curious how he's going to explain that Santa Barbara trip. Indeed. Now, it could be the case that had nothing to do with anything, and that was kind of like a distraction. We'll have to see. Thank you so much for that $5 super chat. But in my opinion, JSS Paul, I think not think. I keep seeing this in my mind's eye. I'm just going to go out and say it. I think David went to a pig farm. I think he went to a pig farm specifically. Are there any pig farms in Santa Barbara? I'm looking it up. Raise high the pig farms. Edible Santa Barbara. Christian said, yeah, we're going to keep refreshing too to make sure the authorities are doing their jobs, which is the sadder part of this case. Yeah, the comment was a distraction. Well, it didn't distract me because it gave me a perfect opportunity to tell exactly what my thoughts and feelings and opinions are in case anybody was wondering. Because this is a channel for my thoughts and my opinions. Yeah, they are now, Angie, they are now saying that that had nothing to do with it. Pork's revival in Santa Barbara. Valley Piggery. Okay, at least one pig farm over there. I think she was at a pig farm. I don't know why. Oh, well, because of this, because I had this like in my mind's eye. It wasn't like a dream, like I wasn't asleep dreaming. It was just like I was just thinking about it and it came up in my mind's eye. And I was like, I just keep seeing pigs. I just keep seeing pigs. Thank you so much to Aranisa's Haven for the $5 super chat. The prosecutor for this case is very experienced. They're being quiet on purpose to ensure that he is in jail for good. I think that's possible. I really do think that is possible. Thanks so much to Nixie becoming a new member. We are now over 100 members. I wanted to give y'all that update. Oh my God. Thank you, Nixie, for the 5 membership gifts, gifting 5 memberships. Kadishalyn said, I don't know why, but that motel video keeps giving me that. Girl, which one? She said, the motel video keeps giving me bad vibes. What hotel video? Could be a chicken farm. I don't know why. I just keep seeing, I keep seeing it too. It's like pigs and they're hanging, it's like a half a pig body hanging up on a big hook. Now, to be clear, I'm not seeing Celeste's body. It's not like, oh, I see this dismember. No, I see that in the trunk. I see. When I say I see, it's not like I'm schizophrenic or nothing. Although, girl, I'm not. But I like, like see, like it's like it's almost like a memory, but I know it's not a memory because I'd never been to a pig farm. So I don't know why I would have a memory of that. So it's almost like that. The motel video where he's waving, he didn't post it until August, but his hair was blonde, so it is older. Which motel do you think it was? Do you have any? Oh, do you have a video about it? I'm gonna watch it. And he waves bye to the car. Y'all must, yeah, y'all. A lot of people know about this video. Thank you, Lauren, for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you. Celeste was walking on the street. It was at night. Thank you so much, K-Rock, for the $4.99 super chat or super sticker. Thank you. I get those almost constantly of things, even from the past. It's wild. Yeah. Route 66. She's like, I'm going to go find it. Okay. Thank you. Send it to my email if you don't mind. Kadishalyn, like the, send it to, you can send it to either one. That surprise witness at gmail.com or bjcliveshow@gmail.com. Thank you so much. Wow, look at all these super chats. Thank you so much for the $2.79 super sticker. Leah Yonsei, 10. Thank you, Justice Gypsy, for the $1 super sticker. Thank you. Oh my gosh, where are these live? Thank you so much, Daphne. All these super chats coming through. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I come here to hear my cousin's opinions. Thank you. I probably did see alien babies, but they're not coming to my mind. I'm not remembering them offhand, I should say. Okay, so let's move to the next link that I have on my little notes here, and it's another SF Investigates tweet, but it is from today. And he tweeted a timeline. So let's take a look at that. He said, can I click that link? I don't see a link. I guess it's not letting the link come through. Because I just see your comment that says, can you click that link, PJ? Okay. So here is SF Investigates tweet from earlier today, 10:49 a.m. So not even 2 hours ago. He said, this is a timeline I put together covering the period just before it is alleged that David murdered Celeste, through the time shortly after it is alleged that he dismembered her body. Okay, so a little bit before the murder and a little bit after the dismemberment, and these are allegations and he's innocent until proven guilty. The timeline is based on recovered and deleted social media posts, as well as confirmed public media appearances. It will continue to be updated as additional data is compiled. It can be viewed at the link below, and I have also attached several screenshots from the timeline, he says. He said the sequence appears to show a surge of activity right after the alleged murder, followed by a period of relative silence in the days leading up to the alleged dismemberment. On the date it is alleged that the dismemberment occurred, so the alleged dismemberment date was May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, 2025, a social media post places David in downtown Los Angeles about 11 p.m. Steve Fisher said, one of the most significant unanswered questions is this: where was Celeste's body between April 23rd and May 5th? And I want to know, was there a pig farm involved? I'm just going to go out and start saying it. I'm just going to start saying it. Gaia Farm I did see before. Okay, so let's look at Steve Fisher's timeline. He said the timeline shows David traveled to New York on April 24th. That was the day after the prosecutors are saying Celeste died. So she died on the 23rd, and David traveled to New York the very next day, the 24th. Within a single day, he would have had to place her body somewhere he later returned to nearly 2 weeks later on May 5th. So he only had 1 day to move that body somewhere. On May 5th, which is Cinco de Mayo, he posted from downtown Los Angeles. So that was the day her body was allegedly dismembered. He posted on that day from downtown LA. A chow mein, is that how you said that, truck is visible in the background and can be independently confirmed to have been operating in that area on that date. So he went and looked at the truck in the background and he said, all right, I'm going to go find these people that own the truck or figure out how to get in touch with them. And I'm going to see, was that truck there on that day? Was it actually posted the day that the picture was taken? And he said he confirmed it was. Photographic evidence also shows that David and Celeste spent time in downtown LA that year. Is there a connection between downtown Los Angeles and the murder and the storage of Celeste's body? Okay, let's look at his. Wow. Search and rescue ops. This is Steve Fisher's website he made. Okay, so it says a factual record of singer David Anthony Burke, aka David, or PKA, publicly visible movements, performances, press, and social media posts between April 21st and May 22nd. Okay, so again, April 21st is about 3 days before the alleged death date, and 23rd is the last day she was apparently seen alive, according to prosecutors. He does trace the timeline for about a month, from April 21st to May 22nd. This time frame brackets the dates Los Angeles County prosecutors have alleged in connection with the death of Celeste. Important context, he says at the very top here. Los Angeles County prosecutors have alleged 2 key dates inside this window. On or about April 23rd, 2025 is the alleged killing and on or about May 5th, 2025, as the alleged dismemberment of Celeste. The allegations are unproven. David has pled not guilty and is presumed innocent. This timeline is intended to prove factual context, not to assert guilt. Okay, that's his disclaimer. He's like, I don't know, I wasn't there. This is just the facts that I do know for sure. These were all compiled from publicly available news coverage, concert and ticketing databases, and timestamps embedded in David's own social media posts. So even though Steve Fisher does have some insider knowledge, he's saying, I ain't using it. I'm going only on public. I'm only going on public. So he has a little color coding, and that's date alleged by the prosecution. The green means confirmed live appearance. The purple is a social media post. The yellow is press or promotional activity. The light blue, or like the sky blue color, is travel inferred. So there's an inference being made there that he must have been traveling. Pink means he was silent on social media, and gray is no public activity. So let's just start here. April 21st, 2 days before the alleged killing, David was at Coachella. He had 2 weekend sets, and they ended the prior day. So they ended on 4/20. He's in the Los Angeles area. This is a cool timeline. April 22nd, the day before the alleged murder, BandLab announces a 3-day David pop-up event in New York City, but that was just an announcement. April 23rd, David is in the Hollywood Hills. Prosecutors allege that Celeste arrived the evening of April 23rd at David's Hollywood Hills home, and that was the last day she was ever heard from, April 23rd. That same day, the Withered tour tickets went on pre-sale. Okay, so he had a tour that was being advertised, that was about to be, tickets were about to be on sale. There was the pre-sale tickets were here on the 23rd, the same day she allegedly died. Now, this is really weird, and this was something I was going to go over with y'all today anyway, and we'll probably circle back around to it because I do have the link. It would have been nice if you would have put the links, but this is already so nice. So David posts the same day that Celeste supposedly allegedly died. He posts on TikTok, 17:53 Pacific time. What is that? Hold on. I need it to convert to Eastern. It will be 8:53 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so 8 Eastern, so it would be 5:53. Okay, so like 6:00 p.m. his time, he posts on TikTok with this quote, "Your prayers have been answered. It's finally here." That is the same day prosecutors allege Celeste was unalived. Now, the next day, the Withered World Tour tickets officially go on sale the day after Celeste was allegedly murdered. David posted on Instagram that his Withered World Tour was officially on sale for tickets. And that same day, it is presumed that he left to go to the BandLab pop-up event. Okay, so remember, David became famous off this romantic homicide song, but he had a couple other ones. One was called Runaway, and these songs were made in an app on his phone called BandLab. So he was kind of a really exciting case for BandLab. Like, they liked him. He was like, a good advertisement for them. Like, you can become a famous singer and get millions and millions of views. So they were having a pop-up event with David on the 24th. Celeste died the day before. Oh, they were on the 25th. Celeste died on the 23rd, they're saying. So then, this is a busy few days, okay? 23rd, she allegedly dies. The pre-tickets go on sale. Withered World Tour tickets then go on sale the next day. The next day, also, he travels to New York. And the next day after that, his first day in New York, boom, album is released. Okay, so the tickets went on sale, on pre-sale. The next day they're on sale. The next day the full album drops. That's from Darkroom and Interscope. And Darkroom is Billie Eilish's, or was Billie Eilish's label as well. Debuted at number 13 on the Billboard 200. Now, that same day, April 25th, there was a live appearance. That was pop-up day one with BandLab in Union Square, and he performed for the first time ever. Again, y'all, this is 2 days after Celeste Rivas apparently supposedly died. For the first time ever, David performs what I believe was the last song on his album, and that was a song called Afterlife. That was a song called Afterlife. The first time he ever performed it live was 2 days after Celeste, allegedly, according to prosecutors, was murdered. David visibly breaks down crying in the middle of the song. Most online aggregators date this clip as April 26 because that's when it was shared on a widely shared Instagram reel. However, the same performance had already been posted to TikTok the prior evening. A fan account clip went up at April 25th, 18:17 Pacific time. A clip cannot exist before its filming, which means the performance itself had to have happened on April 25th. This also matches BandLab's published programming. Day 1, April 25. That was the scheduled acoustic performance. Day 2 was April 26th, which was not a performance. It was instead a creator workshop. The visual setting in the screenshot: red metallic chair, yellow acoustic guitar held by an accompanying guitarist. The David word mark on the pink Union Square pop-up wall all matches the April 25th acoustic stage. 2 days later, Afterlife would become the closer of his April 27th Houston album release show, and he performed it twice. Here is a screenshot from the surfaced video of David breaking down during the live debut of Afterlife in the Union Square pop-up. And a little bit later in the video, I'm going to go over the lyrics of Afterlife, and we're going to talk about that song. But just to remind you, this is April 25th. He's having a breakdown. He's singing Afterlife live for the first time ever, and he's breaking down crying. This is 2 days after prosecutors allege Celeste had gone missing. So there was a lot of, speculation over and about whether Celeste ever joined David on his Withered tour. Was she on tour with him? Oh, look, here she is backstage on tour on the Withered tour. She never was, according to the prosecutors. She died before that tour started. Now, she might have gone on tour with him before. It's so creepy. He didn't post that twice back to back after April 23rd. Also, remember the caskets and the roses and the after the tour place. And maybe he put, this, that, the other. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much to Cam in Jam for becoming a new member, and for the $10 super chat. Thank you for Erenice's Haven becoming a new member, and to Cam for becoming a new member. And again, thank you again to Nixie for the 5 gifted memberships. The guitarist is looking at him like, damn, you good? He is. Look. Let me see if I can zoom in. Yeah, he is. He's looking like, dude, get your shit together. What are you doing? So we will be looking at the lyrics that maybe had made him break down like that in a little bit later. It's so creepy. He broke down back to back after April 23rd. Yes. I saw that. And I do have that coming up in another timeline that I want to talk about later in the show. So that same day that he was having a mental breakdown, the next day. Okay, so this is all like within just a few days. April 21st, no publicly reported activity. His 2 Coachella sets had ended the prior day, and he's just in California. BandLab announces the 3-day pop-up event, which is going to start on the 24th. They announced it on the 22nd. Prosecutors allege that David killed Celeste on the 23rd. That's also when the pre-sale tickets went on sale. And he said, your prayers have been answered. It's finally here on the 23rd. That's the same day Celeste apparently allegedly died. Now, the very next day, the 24th, the Withered World Tour to actual official tickets go on sale. And he announces it on Instagram, and he flies or travels somehow from LA to New York. This is presumed because the next day he pops up at the pop-up. He does a live performance. He sings, Afterlife. He starts crying. And then the next day after that is day 2 of the pop-up. Wider Instagram reel of the previous evening breakdown starts to go viral. And at that point, David's silence begins. This is a notable contrast because third-party fan accounts continue circulating the emotional moment from the Afterlife performance, but David doesn't post about it. Now, that social media silence lasts for like 17 days, which is crazy for a chronically online individual. There was only one time in 17 days that David breaks his social media silence. Steve Fisher said, after 3 days of high volume album release posting, David's own account, social media activity goes quiet. But live appearances and his tour business continue during the silence. For example, April 27th, he's in Houston. April 29th, he's in Brooklyn. The silence on his own social media posts, though, is broken only once by one single Instagram story. And you know when the Instagram story was? The day prosecutors say Celeste was dismembered. Whoa. This is putting this into an entirely different perspective here. After an album rollout, too. Exactly. Wolf of All Street said, do you think the kids raised the price on the blackmail after the release of his album? I don't know if anybody was blackmailing him, but it's possible. It's definitely crossed my mind. He was getting his sick feelings out through music. It doesn't seem like there was a consistent price for extortion. This is very telling. Seriously sick. A good chunk of the 40 terabytes is maybe going to come from the Tesla. Okay. So again, we have a 3-day burst of activity. She apparently allegedly dies. That's at least the last time prosecutors can say she was ever heard from again. The Withered World Tour goes on sale. The pre-sale goes on sale that same day that Celeste dies. And then he says, your prayers have been answered. The next day, the 24th, World Ticket Tour goes on sale. It's announced his tour is officially on sale. He flies to New York that same day. The next day, boom, he's singing Afterlife. He's crying. He's breaking down. His guitarist looks like, dude, bro, you good? The next day after that, never hear from him again for 17 days, except once on social media. And that's the day that prosecutors allege he dismembered Celeste. No further posts are found after April 25th until May 13th, except that one post on Cinco de Mayo. Now, other than social media posts, we have other stuff that we can look at. The 27th, 2 days after he breaks down, this is the 3rd day of the pop-up for the Band Lab thing. He did 3-day pop-up. So this is his 3rd day and last day. And David also hosts a live stream watch party of the Houston show. Headline album. Okay. So he does on April 27th a so-called album release show. And I'm pretty sure there was a coffin at this one. Now that's weird. His album release show is in Houston, Texas, nearby to his hometown. It almost sells out. His sister Emily gets on stage with him for Here With Me, and he closes the show with Romantic Homicide. Now, Even though it was his headline album release show, he doesn't post about it on social media. This chronically online individual does not post anything from his almost sold out show online, at least on his social media accounts. That's weird. Now, that was the headline album release show. The next day, he apparently leaves Houston to travel to New York again for the Brooklyn show. Oh, yeah, he got from New York. Okay, so he had traveled. I missed this one. He traveled from New York to Houston to go to hometown. And then the very next day, he flies back from Houston. So he's in Houston for like a day. He flies back from Houston to New York for the Brooklyn show. Again, not posting on social media. Hey, come to my show. Hey, everybody, was nice to see you at the show. I love my fans. Here's a picture from backstage. Interesting. Again, silence on his own social media. This is presumed to be a flight to from Houston back to New York. Now, April 29th, he does a live appearance, and this is confirmed because it's in green. And again, has his family on stage. The show was not published. The show was not on the published Withered tour calendar, but it appears to be a release week one-off. So they're kind of like promoting the album with these concerts and these shows, but David doesn't post about them on his own social media. And pretty much there's a lull. There's really not anything that we can trace happening for the next like week or so until Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo is allegedly the date that Celeste was dismembered. The same day, David posts, holy y'all. This is crazy. Everything in pink, all the days in pink, is David's not even posting on social media. 26th, April 26th, no post. 27th, no post. 28th, no post. 29th, 30th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, no post, no post, no post, no post, no post. Till Cinco de Mayo, the day that prosecutors say that Celeste's body was dismembered, he posts this. Now, one thing I will say about what I'm looking at here is there seem to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 posts this day. There seem to actually be 6 posts on this day. Because if you're familiar with looking at Instagram stories, you know these at the top indicate a different story. So I do have a little bit of outstanding questions on that. Maybe this is a highlight reel. Maybe it's a highlight reel and he just posted this to a highlight reel. But it does appear to just be a regular Instagram story. And it looks like he might have actually posted 6 things that day. So that's something that is outstanding to me just as an Instagram user, something I do notice. But look at the post. It is a Hello Kitty. It's even got a little girl on it with a bow in her hair. And what was on Celeste Rivas Hernandez's missing person poster? That she was wearing Hello Kitty shoes. Kadisha Lynn said, and her family actually went and confirmed those posts that we saw on her Instagram. They answered a comment that asked, why now is there a period behind the name? And they explained it. I did not know that. Thank you for letting us know. So David posts this Hello Kitty. And Hello Kitty is associated with Celeste officially in the public record because of her missing person poster. I remember it. So David posts a story entitled, "Which one should I get?" It's a photo of 2 skateboards, Kirby and Hello Kitty decks at a night market. Geolocated to downtown Los Angeles, there's a food truck reading Bandit that is visible in the frame and posted the same day prosecutors allege that Celeste was dismembered. Next day, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, no social media posts. 13th, no social media posts. However, after this Hello Kitty post on the day that Celeste was allegedly dismembered. That was on May 5th. Now, May 13th finally rolls around and a podcast comes out with David. Tape Notes Podcast, episode 155 with David. Now, we don't know when he recorded the podcast. It could have been any time, but he did not post about it on social media that day either. On May 14th, David breaks his silence on social media officially. And for the first time in 17 days, he posts on TikTok. He said, "Sorry, Mom, for posting your fall, but this is too funny. I love you." This implies he was physically with his mom. This ends the second stretch of silence. Now, the next few days, David is apparently presumed to be traveling at some point. Live appearance on the 21st of May in Korea. He performs Here With Me. He also posted on Instagram there, performing Here With Me in Korea. May 22nd, the very next day, he does a countdown and he performs Is This Really Love? On May 22nd, he also posts on his TikTok, "I met Boy Next Door, P1 Harmony, and Meow2, hashtag D4VD, hashtag K-pop." So that's kind of the end of the timeline that SF Investigates put together. I know, a Diddy. David Diddy. Okay. So very interesting, very helpful timeline. Shout out to SF Investigates for making that one. And I just want to keep moving right along without any further ado. I want to keep moving right along to the other links that I have here. We have a lot to get through today. We're going to be here for a while. Celeste Rivas Hernandez family arrived at court after David was charged with first-degree murder in the case. So allegedly, this is Celeste's family members. That's what's being reported by the local news. So let's see this 41-second clip.
Just be careful on the stairs, guys.
Her mom looks very young. You do see the aggressiveness of the paparazzi. Look how aggressive they are, especially this one. Look. They're just completely swarming her. Walking backwards. She looks scared. It's scary. Look at them follow her in. So, I mean, we talked earlier in the video about how the family was going to make a statement, but then they decided not to. And I can, again, see why they felt overwhelmed and decided not to make that statement. Let's see, is this the same video? Okay, that's the same video. Let me go to my next link here. The family has released a statement. I believe we read the statement already, but let me just click on this link to see if there's something different here because it's a different source. Celeste parents release a statement after David is charged. We would like to thank the Los Angeles Police Department and the district attorney's office for their hard work. We would also like to thank the people of Lake Elsinore for all their support. This is from Celeste's parents, who are Jesus Rivas and Mercedes Martinez. And they said Celeste was a beautiful, strong girl who loved to sing and dance. Every Friday night was movie night, and we spent wonderful times together. We love her very much, and she always told us that she loved us. We miss her deeply. All we want is justice for Celeste. Now, the family was expected to provide a statement on Monday following David's first court appearance on April 20th, 420. but the press conference was canceled. Oh, look at little Celeste. Oh, look at her when she was just a little girly. Sad. Anyway, she had been missing from Lake Elsinore since April 2024 when she was just 13. The potential relationship between her and David has been a critical part of the investigation, with images that have surfaced online which appear to show them together. The girl's mother had told investigators that Celeste had a boyfriend named David at the time of her disappearance. Oh boy. Okay. So that I wanted to tell y'all about the family and show y'all the video footage. Now, this right here I do have in my links, but I already made a full video about this and I posted it on That Surprise Witness, so I'm not going to take too much time on this one. This is... Hold on. I gotta adjust this so I can sit up. Ugh. See what happens? I gotta re-put this on. I need a different mic stand. Okay. Anyway, so I've already kind of covered this, but this is the actual charging documents of the case. So this is, you know, like the specific, somewhat specific. It's not that specific of what the prosecutors have said. Sorry, I'm just trying to adjust this. Ugh, hold on, I have to adjust my microphone. Okay, thank you for your patience. Woo! All right. So I already made a video about this. Y'all can check that out on That Surprise Witness TV. Now, let's get into Mark Disgruntled Garagos, shall we? Mark Garagos, he has actually faced a little bit of heat himself on this case by the New York Times for coming out and just like making statements that appear to like not actually be true about this case. And the police have come out, the LAPD have had to come out and actually dispute. And so have so has the district attorney. They've had to come out and dispute things that Mark Garagos is saying. So he's still running his trap. He ain't going to stop him from yapping. Can we get to 400 likes in the chat? Can we get to 400 likes on the video, please, please, please? Looking more like a drunk at the corner than a 21-year-old. Y'all are funny. So this is a video of Mark Garagos running his trap, and it was from a day ago. LAPD forced the DA's office to file David murder charges, according to Mark Garagos. This is a Hollywood, insider. Oh, shoot. Wait, breaking news 1 hour ago. Hold on. We're going to have to come back to this. I just found some breaking news. LAPD chief speaks on David case after Singer charged. This came out 1 hour ago. It only has 839 views. Oh, breaking news, everybody. Breaking news. Hold on. Let me write my little timestamp. I want to hear what the sheriff had to say. Let's hear. Can we get a like on the video?
Arrested for murder to a string of break-ins in the Valley. It's been a busy month for LAPD.
LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell is here to talk all about that. Good morning.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Want to start with the David case. We've been talking about this. He's been charged with murdering 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, currently segregated from the other inmates, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. First, our thoughts go out to the family for what they've had to endure, family of Ms. Rivas.
Yeah.
It's horrible to even imagine what they've been through for the last year.
Did you meet with them?
I personally have not. Our detectives have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what have they, I'm sure it's been a long, confusing process. I can't imagine what they're going through.
You know, a lot of speculation because of the notoriety of the case. You know, so many people come up with their own ideas of what happened or didn't happen, and some of it was so far off the mark.
Mark Garagos. This is the shade at Mark Garagos. That's why I was like, wait, we got to watch this one first. Before we let Mark Garagos run his ugly trap, let's hear from the sheriff, who also, I mean, please, let's like not act like LAPD is the hero of anything either.
You know, so many people come up with their own ideas of what happened or didn't happen, and some of it was so far off the mark through the middle months of this in particular. And, you know, the family, while it may be entertainment for some, the family, it's certainly not. It's something very, very serious. And, you know, I think we all need to take a step back on some of these major cases and let the process work its way through. Our detectives did a tremendous amount of work on it.
Yeah, and I agree. We need to let the process work its way through, which is absolutely what I have done. So I know this man is most certainly not talking about me, talking about this matter of public concern and public importance. I mean, this man right here looks like he just hit the bottle himself. I'm not a huge fan of no LAPD, I'll tell you that. This is the sheriff or the chief of police, but he's like, you know, we all need to take a step back. Well, bitch, you been took a step back. Y'all been doing nothing but seemingly sitting on your hands for 7 months. So we'll see what you were able to do. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sorry for holding these cops accountable, and I never, ever will be.
Under very, very difficult circumstances, and ended up being criticized for not making an arrest fast enough.
Let's talk about that a little bit more. I think, you know, this case is getting a lot of attention, not only because it is a singer and famous to many people, but also she was just 13 when she left her house and then murdered at 14, when she was just 14 years old. And it took 7 months after her body was found for him to be charged. And a lot of people are wondering, why did it take so long?
Yeah, you know, there's an awful lot that goes into you know, to the investigation. The state of the body when it was found was you know, degraded, decomposed, and that creates another set of circumstances of complexity for the investigators and the coroner staff to be able to come up with a determination as to cause and manner of death. Whenever we have a death and it's appropriate, a toxicology has to be done on it. And a tox takes up to 6 months to be able to get the results back from that. But that's critical to know what other factors other than what might have been visible were involved.
Okay. That actually made me consider something I hadn't previously considered. What if the reason why now they finally were able to make the arrest is because they, even Steve Fisher, right? Steve Fisher, Mark Garagos, other people on TMZ have speculated that possibly Celeste owed to the deed, right? And that was her cause of death. It was an accidental OD. That's not murder. No matter what, case closed. What if, I'm just saying what if. I'm not saying I think this or believe this, but this thought just came through my mind for the first time right now, listening to this guy talk. And it's like, okay, so what if they were running every test, right? Like, okay, so for example, usually I think toxicology results usually only take between like 1.5 to 3 months, usually. But what if they never found anything? And it was like, all right, now run this test. All right, we're not going to spend $12,000 on this test until we run the FENT test. Okay, that FENT test negative. All right, now let's run this test. Okay, like let's run the harder, more complicated tests, or the more expensive tests, or the tests that take longer. We got to run them all because we already been hearing these people are going to try and say it was an OD. So we have to rule it out. What if all the tests, they finally ran this one negative, they finally ran that one negative, and finally, after 6 months almost of toxicology screenings, finally they were able to say she did not have any amount of drug in her system that would have OD'd her. So we know that it had to be related to something else other than that. Just something that just crossed my mind. Verica said, I think they found nothing but someone of his people sang. Shaza said, I think they have some kind of evidence that he is really guilty, but it has taken this long because of the condition of her body. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Yeah. So a lot of times it takes a while to be able to get the full picture, and this was one of those cases.
Outside of the timeline of the investigation and the timetable, what have been some other big misconceptions about this case?
There was things that were ludicrous that were put out there during the middle of it. The condition of the body, that part of it was frozen.
TMZ, Garagos.
You know, the body was found in a vehicle, in the trunk of a vehicle, and you know, things like that that are. You know, I can only imagine what the family was going through while this was playing itself out, but things that made no sense at all.
Could because we know that his music has almost like art imitating life in a way. If you look at some of the lyrics, "Romantic Homicide" is one of the songs.
Right.
Could his lyrics and his songs be even a factor in a trial like this?
That's a good question.
Certainly introduced, I'm sure, and that's something that that will get attention during the trial, and we'll see how that plays itself out. It'd be speculative for me to say anything at this point about how that will look.
And you talked about the body being degraded to a point where it's a little bit more difficult to pull clues from that, extract clues from that. Obviously, there are things that you have not really told the public, or
Right.
clues or things that you in your fact finding here
Right.
that you have not released to the public. Because it on the face of it, some people might look at it and look at this case as a circumstantial one.
Yeah, sure. No, there's things that certainly we don't put out there. It's not our role to be you know, feeding the news media, if you will, or the concern of some of the public. That'll, you know, we have enough to be able to have probable cause to make an arrest, and we present the case to the district attorney. They view all of the evidence and weigh it, and then be able to put together a presentation for a jury at some point. So to say anything beyond what's necessary at this point could potentially jeopardize the case, and we don't want to do that.
Are you looking at only him, or are you looking at the possibility of other people?
You know, the investigation is ongoing, so I wouldn't say you know, ever that it couldn't lead to other places. But
Okay.
yeah, I wouldn't comment on that much at this point.
Wow. Okay. So that happened. That came out 1 hour ago. And my thoughts are spinning after that. Okay. So one thing that was brought up just now in that interview with what would they see, the sheriff or the chief of police? Whatever. I think it's the police chief. The police chief said a few things interesting. First of all, he said, look, we might have some evidence that we haven't released to the public yet. And the reason for that is we don't want to jeopardize the case. Second of all, toxicology reports take up to 6 months. It's only been 7 months. So, you know, don't rush us anymore, which, okay, fine. But I don't think that it's fair for them to act like, I just realized why my nose is itching so bad. It's because I put it's like a spot treatment on there. Oh my God, I am so sensitive. Oh my God, it was from last night. Oh my God, that's why it itches so much in that one spot. I was driving me crazy. I cannot stand to itch. I'm allergic to everything though, y'all. LAPD chief. Thank you, Katerina. So one of the things that stands out to me about that is, okay, fine. He, you know, they don't like being pressured. They don't like being held accountable. Okay, whatever. That doesn't actually stand out that much. But then they asked the LAPD chief, are they going to use David's lyrics? Are they going to use David's lyrics against him? And I was expecting the cop to be like, I don't know what they're going to do. Like, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what they're going to say in the evidence. He basically said, yeah. He said, I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. Okay. So the song lyrics are going to be used at trial. It appears to be confirmed by the sheriff. Now, he's not the DA. He doesn't know what they're going to use for sure. But that is very interesting. Now, that was only an hour ago, but this right here, Mark Garagos with the face of a demon, only a mother could love, and only maybe his daughter could love. This was him yesterday talking his shit. So this is News Nation. This is a 7-minute, 18-second clip. Let's hear what Mark Garagos, who hasn't, the thing that sucks the most about like Harvey Levin and Mark Garagos is that they don't always say wrong stuff. They just sometimes say wrong stuff. So you got to kind of listen to all of it and use your discernment and hold out judgment until you see the real evidence, because sometimes they do get exclusive insider information from their sources.
Nathan Hochman, and particularly one of the things that had been addressed over the weekend and a lot of speculation was there a disagreement between the LAPD and the DA's office? Your opinion after hearing the DA?
Well, what was left unsaid here, I'll start with what you ended with. The judge.
That squealing noise is not coming from me. It's them.
Do you know why the judge ordered the medical examiner to release the report? The DA forgot to mention that he went in not once, but twice. First time was rebuffed by a judge to shut down the medical examiner from releasing the report or talking about this report, because precisely the DA's office was at odds and LAPD was
okay.
at odds.
So what did he just say? Because I want to fact check him in real time as we do this. All right. He said, I'll start with what you ended with. The judge ordered the medical examiner to release the report. Do you know why the judge ordered the medical examiner to release the report? Because the DA forgot to mention that he went. Okay, so the DA is Nathan Hochman. The DA, Mark Garagos said, forgot to mention that he went not once, but twice. First time was rebuffed by a judge, but they wanted to shut down the medical examiner from releasing the report or talking about this report because precisely the DA's office was at odds with the LAPD and they were at odds with the medical examiner. Don't believe me? Go on to the website and check out the press releases. I will, Mark. I will go to the medical examiner's website and check out that press release. Now, this statement was put out all the way back in November 24th, 2025. This was 5 months ago. Statement on the case. November 24th, 2025 at 10:54 a.m. on Friday, November 21st, the County of Los Angeles medical examiner received a court order initiated by who? Do y'all can stop what you're doing before I read it to you. Don't take, like Mark said, don't take his word for it. Go look at the statement yourself. Okay, I'm doing so. All right, here I am. Who initiated the security hold on the autopsy result? Does it say the DA? No, it does not. It's from the medical examiner. It's from another, like a kind of a third party. It's not from the DA. It's not from the police. The LAPD. The LAPD is who went to court and said, don't release the autopsies. So now Mark Garagos is trying to make it seem like David's not getting a fair trial because the DA had the autopsy result sealed, but that's not true. And then as his proof, Mark Garagos says, don't believe me? Go to the medical examiner's website and see it for yourself. But when you go to the medical examiner's website to see it for yourself, it does not say what Mark Garagos just said. Listen again.
The report, the DA forgot to mention that he went in not once, but twice. First time was rebuffed by a judge to shut down the medical examiner from releasing the report or talking about this report, because precisely the DA's office was at odds and LAPD was at odds with the medical examiner. Don't believe me? Go onto the website. Check out.
I
the
don't
press
believe you,
releases.
buddy. I don't believe you, buddy. That ain't what it says, sweetie. It says the LAPD. The LAPD is not trying this case. The DA is. So this idiot don't even know what in the flying F he is talking about. But the DA forgot to mention. No, the DA didn't forget to mention that because it's fake. It's not real. It's fake. But how many people have seen this video? Well, thank God, only 14,000. I don't support plants on this channel, and anybody telling me to support plants gets blocked immediately. I don't support plants on this channel. And anybody mentioning a plant name as if it's a reliable news source, I'm going to be blocking you. So anyway, back to what I was doing before someone mentioned a plant.
Once, but twice by the medical examiner. 43 years I've been doing this. I've never seen that happen before or during. In fact, I was in a trial just last month where I asked one of the people from the medical examiner's office, have you ever seen this before? And he said, never. And so this idea that somehow there was no friction, there was no odds, that we just arrested this guy, LAPD arrested him on a Thursday, and we didn't have a complaint, we didn't have a grand jury indictment. Let me tell you what is really happening here, because you didn't exactly.
Now, put a 4 in the chat if this man's credibility for you after seeing what you just saw is absolutely freaking shot. Put a 4 in the chat if his credibility is already shot. And he's going to purport to sit here and try to tell us what's actually going on. I mean, it was so bad that the poor sheriff, which, I mean, he needs to do something. The chief, he needs to do something. It's about time he started talking, came out and had to rebut this. But Mark Geragos, who clearly just demonstrated that he has no earthly idea what the flying hell he's talking about, even stuff from the public record, now he's going to tell us what's really going on. Well, credibility is shot. I see a bunch of 4s.
Opinion, the straight story. What is happening here is LAPD masterfully played the DA's office to force them into filing this case. DA's office was not ready to file this case. They have to now.
I don't think that's true either.
It's not just me. The defenders, not public defenders, private counsel who appeared today, they said we want our preliminary. Hearing, and we want it now, in spite of the fact that there's terabytes and terabytes. I don't even know that most people understand the volume of information. And by the way, if this was such a clear-cut case, why did it take them 7 or 8 months? And why did the DA have to go outside? Why did he, first of all,
again, this is another point that the sheriff now has come. So this was yesterday, but the sheriff has now come around today and did some interviews directly contradicting what Mark Geragos is saying, or explaining some of these discrepancies, or answering some of these questions. If it was such a clear-cut case, why did it take 7 months for an arrest? Well, I'm with you. You know, I kind of hear you on that. I kind of hear him on that. If it was such a clear-cut case, why did it take so long? But as we just talked about, it could become a clear-cut case at any moment. Like, let's say they found some evidence they didn't see before. Boom, smoking gun. Let's say they finally were able to rule out every single possible drug in Celeste's system that could have owed to the deed her. Boom, now it's a clear-cut case. Like, it can become a clear-cut case 7 months in. It doesn't have to be so clear-cut the moment that someone's found dead. The evidence is what makes it become a clear-cut case, and they could have just come across the evidence. Now, don't forget about Mark's conflicts of interest. Don't forget about Mark Geragos' conflicts of interest. He does have a conflict of interest because he is not just some neutral talking head. He has a personal and seemingly business relationship with TMZ. TMZ is owned by Harvey Levin. He has a podcast with Harvey Levin. And Harvey Levin is supposedly, according to public reports, I don't know these people, I've never been around them, but according to public reports, Harvey Levin is friends with David's lawyer. Mark's mad he wasn't hired to be the attorney. I know. That's one thing I had thought about. He also owns LA Magazine, and that magazine is known to hire plants. Like, y'all, the people that they hire had 0 subscribers like a couple years ago on YouTube. And because of the placement of these specific people as like reporters, they get all these followers and they start to become like appear to be legitimate news reporters. I don't care if somebody got a lot of followers. What I care about is when somebody is just like a hired mouthpiece and they're putting them out there to kind of look like a quasi journalist, quasi YouTuber, and they're working for Mark fucking Garagos the whole time. Like that shit. No, you're on my blocked list at that point. They hired that same guy that did that stuff from you at the Diddy trial with those girls. Wait, what? Oh, who? Secret Service Sam? Girl, let me find out some proof that he's a paid plant. Secret Service Sam was keeping people out of the line. Oh, I need the story. That man is an unhinged lunatic, and I actually feel fear in my heart for the fact that there's kids in his house. I'll leave it at that. Innocent till proven guilty. But I won't be surprised if I find out some weird shit. I'll tell you that. It's nasty and disgusting. That man's presence made me feel like there was a demon hovering. And he stinks. That's my opinion.
And then hire outside experts.
I do have a question about that. He indicated today there's no smoking gun, but it's the totality of the evidence, and they had to talk about not just how Celeste died, but who did this. And they filed multiple special circumstances, so essentially different theories to different paths of conviction, lying in wait, that she was a witness to an investigation, financial gain, and you talked about whether there were cooperating or non-cooperating witnesses, terabytes of data. This feels like a big, perhaps a challenging case to defend in the end. I mean, where do you see this? Again, I know you don't know all the evidence, and neither do we, but they seem confident saying he's not the cause of death, but how do you defend something like this?
Well,
that squealing is killing my ears.
Open up the discovery, and you see that the medical examiner was not ruling this a homicide to begin with. When you see that LAPD internally, and they will get this because
now,
it's exculpatory evidence.
Remember how that medical examiner's report was sealed from the public? How would Mark Garagos know that the medical examiner at first was refusing to classify this as a homicide? Blair Burke, David's own lawyer, said in court that she didn't even get the autopsy report. So does Mark Garagos somehow know something even David's own lawyers doesn't know? Or is he just pulling shit out of his ass? Who knows?
Had repeatedly said, you've reported on it, said we don't even know that a crime was here. They then filed charges where they say it was with a blunt instrument. Well, duh, they knew that because the body was.
Oh, thank you, Kutcher. Thank you for letting me have a little bit more evidence of these people trying to harm my reputation among my peers. This is trade interference. He messaged you on TikTok after they harassed and stalked me all around the courthouse and lied about me to federal marshals. That's good to know. Telling you not to talk to me because I'm a racist. Okay, I think it's been made pretty clear here who's the racist. And it was probably the people who were telling me that because of my skin color, I didn't have a right to be in the federal courthouse. She shrieked at me, Kadisha. She said, "You don't belong here." It echoed. It echoed in the federal courthouse. And the reason I don't belong there, because the color of my skin. But I'm the racist. What I actually believe is that Diddy or somebody associated with Diddy was paying people to stand in that line every day so that actual real people from the public who were not paid drug addicts, in my opinion. I didn't run the drug tests, but isn't it interesting that the two things they accused me of were racism and being drug addicts? And come to find out, they were the racists because they said I shouldn't be allowed to opine on a case because I'm white. Hello. And then they also accused me of being on drugs during my live stream. I took a whole hair follicle test. I took a whole hair follicle test, and guess what? It came back negative on every damn line. My reputation is unimpeachable. I don't miss. But when I start looking at some of these people, they show up to different places with a different wig and a different outfit looking like paid plants. How does that man support himself? He got kids and was making TikToks about the Diddy trial with no job because he was sitting there unless he was working all night and doing cocaine to keep himself awake. But yet they're reaching out to people in my field saying, don't talk to me. That's just fine. And I'm glad you didn't listen to him. But just to be very clear, nobody has to talk to me because I'm finna be doing what I'm doing no matter what. And whenever I want to go to a court, I'm going. And I'm going to be in line and I'm going to take my spot, just like y'all learned. Just like y'all learned. And whenever y'all try to accuse me of doing stuff I didn't do, I'm going to be able to prove that I didn't do it. And then what does that make you look like? Cuck? Bitch? Anyway. Kutcher's like, oh girl, I know. I watched her coverage. I knew who was on because you're truthful in your message, is same as a plant for Diddy. That's what it looked like to me. And now he works for LA Mag. That place, I told y'all, they hire plants. They hire plants. I don't care. There's nothing LA Magazine, there's nothing the freaking president of the United States could do to hurt me. Because I am divinely protected. The entity, the thing that's protecting me is unfathomable to these people. And I'm its favorite. You want to call it God? You can. You don't have to. You don't have to even believe it. Watch. Watch.
Quite a blunt instrument. That doesn't mean that was the cause of death. That could have been after death. They still don't have a cause of death. They don't know whether it was an accidental overdose, how she died, when she died, or anything else. Everything about this case just reeks. And so I would...
Y'all, I'm trying to stay on task, but I have a whole entire web of media PR push from hell. Nancy Grace is on it. Beth Karras is on it. Those Diddy plants are on it. One day I am absolutely going to destroy the fabric of this entire PR smear machine. And I'm going to do it from my little YouTube channel. Watch. Watch. You ain't got to do nothing else but watch.
Great. I think the defense is going to have a field day with this case because of the way that it's been approached.
Which brings me to another point. You are the go-to attorney in Hollywood. How come you're not representing David Anthony Burke right now?
You know, there was a report today. I don't know if it was the New York Post or the California.
Yeah, they dragged him. New York Times.
Style lawyers, and I get that. And this is a capital case, and for a capital case, the resources you would need to defend that are astronomical. And so I'll leave it at that.
So basically, David is a broke bitch that can't afford Mark Geragos, is basically what Mark Geragos is saying. Or implying. I also see it possibly another way. It's possible Mark Geragos is working for David, but not as his lawyer. The same way Mark Geragos helped to choose the jurors at the Diddy trial, but he wasn't Diddy's lawyer. He was going out and doing this during the Diddy trial. He was talking about how Diddy didn't do this and Diddy didn't do domestic violence. He's not charged with domestic violence. Why'd they wait so late? So it kind of is like, in a way, Mark Geragos was working for Diddy when you really think about it, just not as a lawyer behind the podium arguing the case, almost as if he is an expert propagandist for hire. Almost.
I guess the question becomes, as we're looking at this, and I thought it was really interesting, the cooperating witnesses, the non-cooperating witnesses, and whether it goes to a grand jury. I still raise the question. It seems very difficult, if the allegations are true or what they're asserting here, that David did this.
Have you ever heard of duper's delight? Like when people are lying straight to your face, or, maybe like presenting a narrative in a certain way that isn't necessarily a lie, but like to make you kind of think certain things. They're kind of smiling the whole time because they know they're duping you. Mark Geragos has the duper's delight smirk on his face right now. No, I am not the cute Nancy Grace. Fucking Nancy Grace. That bitch is possessed with demons and she can't stay sober long enough to make a show. That's my opinion. And I'm not a girl. And she want to be me. You ever notice all these bitches wanted to come on YouTube after I came on YouTube? They wanted to be, it wasn't cool. When I started doing this, it wasn't cool. It was like embarrassing to say, like, I'm on you. I talk about law cases on YouTube. There was one other law tuber or two when I started making these videos. So I'm not anything like the cute Nancy Grace. I'm nothing like that satanic bitch. And I honestly resent being compared to her. She might want to be me so bad, but she failing, but I'm nothing like her. I am nothing like that disgusting cretin. Ugh. Yuck. Oh, What was I saying? I don't even remember. You got me so distracted with saying I'm Nancy Grace. No, I'm not. She's nasty. I rebuke.
This by himself. I think the other people potentially around him are going to be another part of this story. I might be wrong, but where do you see this? Because if that's the case, that might complicate this case in different ways.
Oh, it was somebody's comment. That's what it was. Hold on. Somebody said, I don't even understand what, just so I'm following his narrative. It was an OD, accidental or intentional, but how did she turn up months later, body severed in David's Tesla? Who gave her the drug? Exactly. Exactly. All these lawyers are out here talking about he didn't kill her, he didn't kill her. What about the dismemberment? What about the inappropriate relation? What about that stuff? They not comment on that at all. They not comment on that at all. They're acting like there's not other charges. They acting like it's just a murder charge. Like there's 2 whole other charges that are felonies. You realize that? Lissa said, this man is putting out BS narratives to help David cover this up because Mark is part of the club too. Could be. I don't know these people. Hold on. Somebody's being nasty in here. They want to cover it. Okay. I wasn't saying just, yes, actually, yes, just a murder charge, because there could be just a murder charge, but there could be a murder charge in addition to a mutilation charge, which is what we have here. It could be a murder charge. Yep. But in addition, there's also a horrendous allegation of unlawful contact with a minor, continuous and repeated. So it's not just a murder charge. Yes, that is what I said. I don't know why you're putting your little eyes to the side. Y'all need to remember who you're talking to in here. Y'all have to remember who you're talking to.
It complicates the case because if they were given immunity, the DA said they were given subpoenas. Nobody who's a sentient being is going to go in and testify in a murder investigation without immunity if you get subpoenaed. If they were given immunity, then the question becomes, what was their story before immunity? What was their story after immunity? Do you have documentary evidence? They discussed today, at least the DA did, that there was digital and forensic style or evidence. And if that is the case, one would hope that they had that and that they had preserved that. If that were the case also, though, it begs the question. If you had, I know how long it takes to get cell phone evidence, cell tower evidence, and text messages. If you had that and law enforcement could get that within a week, and you had video from the cameras both inside the house and inside the car, once again, why was LAPD 2 months into this investigation saying they weren't sure a crime had been committed? Why in the world did it take 8 months for this gentleman to be arrested? And by the way, why was he arrested and the DA had not filed a complaint or had presumably asked the grand jury to indict? This idea, by the way, of an investigative grand jury and a criminal indicting grand jury is really, with all respect, nonsense. Grand jury operates on the 13th floor of the criminal courts building. Any grand jury that is impaneled there to hear evidence can indict. So that's just a cop-out, frankly.
The prosecutor has come out and said that's not true. There are some grand juries that can indict and there's some that cannot. So, I always wonder, why is it that Mark Garagos seems to be so invested in these cases that he has nothing to do with? Why is it so hard for him to just be neutral, especially as a lawyer who knows most of these people and has worked across from most of these people? Why is it so hard for him to just wait for the evidence to come out? He's talking about things that are literally sealed that David's own lawyers don't even have. How does he have it? Now, I did want to talk to y'all about those contradictory statements where he's sitting there saying, don't take my word for it, go to it. Okay, but we already looked at that. I couldn't even wait. So let's go to the next thing. Okay.
The DA.
So here's Mark Garagos, invested as hell, invested as can possibly be, calling BS on the LAPD. Prosecutors being in lockstep. So that was on Law and Crime. Now he goes on his friend Harvey Levin's show on TMZ. And I guarantee you they're going to be on Two Disgruntled Men doing it too. Let's speed it up a little bit.
The DA is absolutely taking issue with something you said on our podcast. You said that the LAPD essentially went rogue and decided to arrest David Thursday late afternoon because the DA wasn't taking action and that it would force the DA's hand to do something. The DA's office told us as recently as this morning, on the record, that everything the DA and LAPD did was in lockstep and that this was coordinated. To that, you say what?
I call BS on that, by the way, because the fact, if it was coordinated and if they were going to bring a special circumstance, no bail, 3 different special circumstances charge, they would have filed a criminal complaint or they would have gotten an indictment. There's gamesmanship happening here, and you will continue to see gamesmanship, because I'm going to make another bold prediction. They did not expect the defense to fail to waive time, meaning normally what they would have expected in the DA's office is they dump terabytes of information on the defense. The defense says, Your Honor, we don't have time to digest all of this. We need more time. We're going to waive our right to a speedy preliminary.
We talked
hearing.
about that
They
earlier.
didn't do that. The defense did. They actually made the next chess move and said, we're not waiving time. We want a speedy preliminary
That's what
hearing.
I was saying earlier. They thought the prosecutors, usually the defense will be like, oh my God, this is so much information. I don't have time to look at all this within 10 days. So then the defendant, which would be David, they'll waive the preliminary hearing. It'll be pushed off for, a month or 2 or whatever. And David's lawyer, Blair Burke, said, hell no, we're not waiving shit. I want the hearing. And you know what? I don't even want to wait the 10 days. Put it on the 3rd day. We're ready. And so Mark Garagos is saying the prosecutor probably didn't expect Blair Burke to do that. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not. But that's what he's saying.
Which pushes back on the DA, who's now going to have to call an audible and try to go to the so-called investigative grand jury, which I find to be hilarious. And they will go get an indictment because they're not going to put witnesses on in a case where 2 months, you guys may remember this, 2 months after her discovery of her body, LAPD was saying, we're not even sure a crime was committed. So understand.
I do remember that.
That has happened here. This was LAPD after.
But that was 5 months ago. I mean, LAPD is saying 5 months ago, there's no indication that a crime was committed other than improper disposal of human remains. 5 months is a long time. They could have found evidence that a crime was committed in the last 5 months. Obviously, Mark. I mean, that's obviously.
That when they went outside of the ME's office, medical examiner's office, they then forced the DA to file this case. The idea that after 7 or 8 months of an investigation where you put witnesses in front of a grand jury, and then all of a sudden you're going to arrest somebody on a Thursday afternoon, knowing that under these peculiar LA County rules, you don't have to take somebody in front of a judge until Monday morning, that speaks volumes. And the fact that they haven't addressed that, I think, tells you everything you need to know.
The thing that really struck me was the business about the sharp instrument. I don't know if it lands the way it does with me, but it's like the body was dismembered, put in 2 bags. So it was severely dismembered and decomposed. And you dismember a body with a sharp instrument. I mean, that's the only way of doing it. So it's just confusing to me how the coroner.
How did they find?
Well,
Yeah,
it's not confusing when you put it in context. I had the exact same reaction you two did, and what that tells me, at least, is they had to deal with the fact of the cause and manner, and the only way they could do it was invent this idea that she was killed by a blunt instrument. That's the remember
sharp instrument.
Sharp instrument. I'm sorry. And they have to
He don't even know.
because.
He's just spitting words out and hiring plants to push propaganda. And it's so crazy. I did not know that he had hired a second plant. The first plant I came across her in the Harvey Weinstein trial. She had about 700, I think, followers on YouTube. And I'm like, oh, this tiny little creator, she's going to the Harvey Weinstein trial. Oh, that's so interesting. And then before you knew it, she was like getting put on News Nation. And I'm like, hold on. She's not a lawyer. She didn't go to law school. She's like a wine mom from New York. Okay, fine. But now she's working for LA Magazine and she's got all these followers. She gets put on News Nation. She gets put on TMZ. I'm like, okay. Got it. Mark Garagos owns LA Mag, but now he's doing it again with a second person. It's crazy. It's like actually crazy to watch this like Mockingbird project happen right here before our very eyes. It's very insane. It's very insane.
That's the only way that they can come up with some kind of an explanation. There isn't any expert who's going to say beyond a medical certainty.
I remember, was it Sloan? Somebody reported that they had like an exclusive source. And from the medical examiner's office that said Celeste's body was frozen at some point. Not that it necessarily arrived frozen, but that there was some way that they could tell it was frozen. And to me, y'all, the fact she was dead for so many months and wasn't so decomposed that they still could see a tattoo on her finger indicates to me that she was in some way preserved, whether that be in a cold, dark place, whether that be in a refrigerator, whether that be in a cooler, whether that be an influence from the pig vision I had in my mind. It doesn't actually make sense that she wasn't frozen. The thing that makes the most sense is she was frozen sometime at some point, or at least refrigerated. That's what makes the most sense to me. It doesn't make sense that a carcass could be, or a corpse could be just left out somewhere and still be enough intact to identify a tattoo on a finger. That doesn't make sense to me at all. She was killed in April and they found her in September in the middle of the hottest freaking months. The hottest months of all had gone by and she was in a trunk just cooking. You could fry an egg on the front trunk in LA in the summer. And she made it through the summer. The body made it through the summer. You could still, the bugs didn't eat it away. It don't make sense. Don't make sense. Was his car reported stolen? Never. No. Not to my knowledge.
As a pre-death as opposed to post-death, there's terms for that. But a cross-examination will reveal that that's not a medical certainty and that's complete speculation.
Okay. Whoever just said Mark Garagos is riding very hard for David. I don't care what you say. I totally agree. I totally agree. So this might be the same video, but he did go on a little bit of a press tour, and I'm wondering if it's at the behest of his friends. Okay, I think this might be a totally different video, girl. He is on a rampage. Mark Garagos is telling us Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman is full of it when he said the DA's office and the LAPD worked in lockstep to arrest and charge David with murder.
With something. The DA is absolutely taking issue with something you said on our podcast. You said that the LAPD essentially went rogue and decided to arrest David Thursday late afternoon because the DA wasn't taking action and that it would force the DA's hand to do something. The DA's office told us as recently as this morning on the record that everything the DA and LAPD did was in lockstep.
So you might remember that. Hey,
that
Siri,
this was
pause.
Coordinated. Call BS on that.
Anyway. So you remember at the beginning of this, when they first arrested David, it was like, why we had all these questions, right? Like, why did they arrest him by the police? Why isn't there a criminal complaint? Why isn't there an indictment? Why hasn't the DA filed charges? The DA was going to look at it on Monday. This was a Thursday. There was all these questions going around, and Mark Garagos came out here with his ugly face and said, one of the reasons that this is happening this way is because the LAPD and the DA are at odds with each other. They're beefing basically. And the LAPD was tired of taking all the flack, and the public is saying, why don't they just arrest him? Why don't they just arrest him? And the LAPD finally just had enough and went and arrested him and was like forcing the DA's hand. The DA and the LAPD both have come out and said, like, that is a hallucination. Like, we have worked together on this case the whole time. This is going according to plan. This is how it works. This isn't anything unusual. It's just a perfectly reasonable way to arrest and charge somebody is the way that they did it. But Mark Garagos is digging his heels in now. Nope, what I said was right. They're wrong. They're lying. And here he is trying to save face.
By the way, because the fact, if it was coordinated and if they were going to bring a special circumstance, no bail, 3 different special circumstances charge, they would have filed a criminal complaint or they would have gotten an indictment. There's gamesmanship happening here, and you will continue to see gamesmanship, because I'm going to make another bold prediction. They did not expect the defense to fail to waive time, meaning normally what they would have.
So this is the same thing he was saying earlier. Like, basically the DA wasn't actually truly prepared to move forward. The DA thought that David's lawyers would be like, oh my God, 40 terabytes. Like, we need more time. But they didn't. But the David's lawyers didn't. They said, I want to go forward. Let's go to the Now, the other thing is too, I think that Mark Garagos is putting a lot of stock into this like preliminary hearing. The preliminary hearing is just like to show the judge you have enough to move forward. It's not like guilty or not guilty, determination hearing. It's just, is there enough to move forward here? Is there enough for this indictment? Like, is it going to sustain itself? And like, I'm sure the DA is going to be able to come up with that by tomorrow.
DA's office is they dump terabytes of information on the defense. The defense says, Your Honor, we don't have time to digest all of this. We need more time. We're going to waive our right to a speedy preliminary hearing. They didn't do that. The defense did. They actually made the next chess move and said, we're not waiving time. We want our speedy preliminary hearing, which pushes back on the DA, who's now going to have to call an audible and try to go to the so-called investigative grand jury, which I find to be hilarious. And they will go get an indictment because they're not going to put witnesses on in a case where 2 months, you guys may remember this, 2 months after her discovery of her body, LAPD was saying we're not even sure a crime was committed.
So I think this is like a portion of that same video.
Everything that has happened here, this was LAPD after they received information that when they went outside of the ME's office, medical examiner's office, they then forced the DA to file this case. The idea that
and the DA has said that's not true, and the LAPD has said that's not true. This man is making things up. He even got a New York Times article written about him for it.
8 months of an investigation where you put witnesses in front of a grand jury, and then all of a sudden you're going to arrest somebody on a Thursday afternoon, knowing that under these peculiar LA County rules, you don't have to take somebody in front of a judge until Monday morning. That speaks volumes. And the fact that they haven't addressed that, I think, tells you everything you need to know.
The thing that really struck me was the business about the sharp instrument. I don't know if it lands the way with you the way it does with me, but it's like the body was dismembered, put in 2 bags. So it was severely dismembered.
So this is the same clip now at that point that we already saw. Okay. So not only is Mark Garagos on a media tour for David for some reason, and not only did earlier today, the LAPD chief of police, the chief of the LAPD is now having to go on the news and do these interviews, but the DA is also doing interviews. The DA also did an interview with one of the people who Mark Garagos interviewed with, and that was Jesse Weber from Law and Crime. So now I want to pull that up. The actual DA did interviews on YouTube. So this is only a 2-minute and 28-second long clip. Jesse Weber interviewing the prosecutor in the David case. This man looks rode hard, put up wet, can't even get a studio. He's in his car. He's trying to be like Brian Enton, I guess. Let's hear what he has to say.
Can you clarify something? Again, it came out today, but I just want to make sure I'm accurate. Your theory of the case is that Burke allegedly lured Celeste out to this property, that she was going to report, was she going to report him to the police about their relationship? And that is why he killed her. And if I'm correct, how do you intend to prove that?
So the actual details
Okay,
of the evidence
so
will be
this was one of the
presented,
questions that y'all had asked me, and you were like, wait a second. Is this whole special circumstance of David? So you remember the special circumstances? There's like David lying in wait. There is David was lying in wait, allegedly doing something for financial gain. And also one of the special circumstances was him supposedly, allegedly, according to the DA, murdering Celeste because of the fact she was a witness to an investigation. And y'all were like, wait, what investigation? There was already an investigation going on into David. I said, no, I don't think so. I don't think there was already an investigation going on to David. Maybe there could have been, but I don't think there had to have been, because I think it just means there was going to be an investigation or could have been an investigation. Now they can't do the investigation because they can't ask the witness to the crime, alleged crime. Well, Jesse Weber is straight up asking, was there an investigation? Was Celeste actually threatening to turn David in to the authorities? What's going on with that?
And that is why he killed her. And if I'm correct, how do you intend to prove that?
So the actual details of the evidence will be presented at the preliminary hearing and later at a trial. What we charge, though, what the complaint charges is first-degree murder with 3 different special circumstances. The first one is lying in wait. And the allegation, as alleged in the complaint, is that Burke invited Celeste to his house the night of April 23rd, 2025, at which point he was lying in wait to murder her. The second special circumstance that was charged, and by the way, the reason you end up charging special circumstances in California is that if you have first-degree murder and you get convicted of it, it's 25 years to life.
Right.
But that allows the life sentence to be with the possibility of parole. If any one of the 3 special circumstances is found beyond a reasonable doubt by the jury.
It's 4, by the way.
Then
It's 4 special circumstances. It's not 3, it's 4. The 4th special circumstance is the sharp instrument, the knife or the whatever was sharp, the sharp instrument. The DA is kind of like, I think on purpose, not mentioning that 4th one, because then he would have to explain his reasoning. Why is the sharp instrument? How do you know about it? If the autopsy report is sealed, and it's sealed from the public, not only the public, but also sealed from even David, it had been sealed from even David's lawyer, his defense lawyer, then how do you know about a sharp instrument? So he's not even mentioning the sharp instrument. But just so that we're clear, it's 4. It's 4 special circumstances: lying in wait, financial purpose, a witness to a crime or investigation, and sharp instrument.
creates a life without the possibility.
What happened here? Oh no, what happened here? Hold on.
Listen, say,
Okay, here we go.
okay, if the allegations are true, how on earth could David, this singer, kill this girl, dismember her body, leave it in a Tesla all by himself? There are those who say there's no way that he could have done this by himself, yet he's the only one charged. With a circumstance where there might be others involved, but they're cooperating, and if they choose not to cooperate anymore,
It's a good question.
they may be charged because...
You mean to tell me this man who is 125 pounds, 5'5", dismembered, hauled, loaded, I don't know that he has the strength. I feel like he had to have help if he did it at all. I feel like he had to have help.
I was listening to the press conference today. I was wondering if there's a little bit of opening that other people might be involved here.
Well, we have an ongoing investigation in the sense that if any individuals have information about Mr. Burke or anything dealing with this particular crime, please at any time reach out to the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division or the DA's office and bring us that information. With respect to any potential other individuals, as I said during the press conference, if and when we charge anybody else, and I'm not saying we will, you'll be the first to know.
I don't know why Jesse Weber should be the first to know. Let's see. Is this the same thing? Interview with the DA.
Singer David has been officially charged in the death of the 14-year-old girl whose body.
I think it's... Let's see. I think some of this will be repeat. I just want to make sure there's not more here.
Your office, Celeste family, but I have been following this case every day for 7 months. So I have a lot of questions for you, and I was hoping you could clarify. Charged on Friday when he was arrested, because I understand there were reports.
Why wasn't he charged
so usually, right, there
when he was arrested?
And an arrest in conjunction. Why wasn't he charged on Friday?
So while you are right that the reports have been that there was an investigative grand jury, in California, there's a difference between the grand juries. There's an investigative grand jury that hears testimony, can receive documents through subpoenas, and then there's an indictment grand jury. While we can't comment yet until the grand jury transcripts are unsealed by a court, I can't even confirm that a grand jury has occurred. There have been media reports that certain individuals, both cooperative witnesses and
TMZ. Oh no. Ah. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to get me a new little speaker here.
Grand jury. While we can't comment yet until the grand jury transcripts are unsealed by a court, I can't even confirm that a grand jury has occurred. There have been media reports that certain individuals, both cooperative witnesses and uncooperative witnesses, went in front of the grand jury. And over the last seven months, more importantly, the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division, working with the DA's office, has methodically and rigorously gone through the forensic and digital evidence, dealt with every witness statement we could obtain in order to get to this point when we have filed the charges. And very often in Los Angeles, those charges will follow an arrest within 48 hours, unless there's a weekend of an arrest.
The reason I ask you that is because there were reports that the DA's
Mark,
office and the LAPD were
Mark Garagos.
Something happened during this grand jury that stalled it, and the LAPD made an arrest, put the pressure on the DA's office to make a charging decision today. Because even in the announcement on Friday, your office had said that they were aware of the arrest. So there was this report that perhaps you weren't on the same page when it came to charging David. Your response?
That's completely unfounded. We have been on the same page, working in lockstep with the LAPD robbery homicide.
Mark Garagos said that's BS.
In September of 2025, when Celeste, the 14-year-old at the time, when her body was found dismembered and severely decomposed in the front trunk of a Tesla that was owned and registered to Mr. Burke, David Burke. So again, to the extent that anyone wants to create some type of story that LADA's office were not working in lockstep, that would be untrue.
So I guess the question would be, doesn't this now have
so
to go
Mark
to a
lied,
preliminary
the DA
hearing
said.
for there to be enough probable cause to sustain these charges? This is something that his defense attorneys pointed out today. They were where I believe his defense attorney is now questioning the cause of.
Okay. I'm tired of dealing with this speaker. Okay, so let me just check. TMZ has a thing down here that says exclusive, the evidence that changes David's case, but I don't feel like sitting through that 43-minute long thing. Let me just see if they made an article about it. Okay, there are some updates. Mark Garagos calls BS on LAPD prosecutors being in lockstep. We already watched that. David hawked new music days after allegedly killing Celeste. David was focused on promoting his new album around the time that 14-year-old Celeste passed away. TMZ has combed through David's social media pages around the date of April 23rd, 2025. And that's the day prosecutors allege that David invited Celeste to his rental home in the Hollywood Hills. Let me see. I don't want to get copyright if it's like a song. Okay. This was his post the day she died. My album drops tomorrow. He's on his knees. He's twerking. It looks like it's daytime outside, so I think Celeste would have still been alive at this point. But he said, my new album drops tomorrow. So Celeste would have been lured there that very night, according to prosecutors. There he is on his knees, doing a prayer, twerking. Okay, I guess it's just David's TikTok page features a few posts on April 23rd, the day Celeste died, and in the following days, and they're all focused solely on the release of his debut solo album, Withered. In the posts, David looks carefree and energetic, dancing and bopping around to his new music. Prosecutors say David murdered Celeste with a sharp instrument after she threatened to expose their relationship and devastate his music career. It's worth noting in the videos from April 23rd and after, the palm of one of David's hands appears to have red ink in the shape of a cross. David pled not guilty to murder, continuous abuse of a child under the age of 14, and unlawful mutilation of human remains. Okay, we also already read the family was emotionally drained after court, but there's one more new, there's an exclusive. David is not on self-unalive watch, but he has no money on his jail book. So they have the sources are singing like canaries from the jailhouse to TMZ. And David is living a far different life than he was a week ago, trading his $15,000 a month LA rental for a cold jail cell with strict rules. Law enforcement sources tell TMZ the musician charged with murdering Celeste is being held in a segregated single cell. And I did make a video about that yesterday on my other channel, or maybe it was this morning. David is escorted from his cell to the shower, which he is allowed every other day. He can't even shower every day. The singer is only allowed to make phone calls on the days he is allowed to shower. Okay. So he can only use the phone every other day, and he can only take a shower every other day. Sources tell TMZ that David is allowed recreation time with fresh air, but only 3 hours a week. That's crazy. That is crazy that they can hold you like that even before you're like actually convicted. 3 hours a day of fresh air. That sucks. Only allowed to make phone calls on the days that he's allowed to shower. He's allowed recreation time with fresh air, but only 3 hours a week. He has no contact with any other inmates during rec time. That's probably why he only gets 3 hours a week. So it's like, pick your poison. Do you want to be around the other general population and deal with them, or you want to be isolated? He does not have access to a TV. He cannot have visitors at this time. The source revealed David doesn't have any money on his books at the moment. In addition, one law enforcement source says the location where David is locked up is dirty and smells. Probably it's because Mark Garagos hangs out over there. Oh, or is it Secret Service, Sam? The source described the facility as wild. David is not on unalive watch, according to sources. Other inmates who have been housed in this jail include Blueface, Tory Lanez, Suge Knight, the Menendez brothers, who is a Mark Garagos. The Menendez brothers are Mark Garagos clients, I think. And Danny Masterson, convicted child artist. Speaking of Danny Masterson, he comes up in tonight's video, or in today's video on BJ Investigates, that's going to be premiering directly after this one. Just so y'all know, Danny Masterson. What? No money on his books? Maybe Mark can send him some. Somebody said, yeah, well, maybe Mark already got some money from David. Maybe he spent all his money on Mark. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? David has the same exact judge as Danny Masterson as well. Good to know, Kadishalyn. That's crazy. I didn't follow that trial, but now I wish I would have. I just wasn't like, I was focused on, I think, Brittany at the time, or Bam. As TMZ previously reported, David was placed in segregation at the facility that can hold up to 5,640 inmates. David was arrested on murder charges at a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 3,153 square foot rental worth $3 million in Hollywood. It's located near the famed Chateau Marmont and only feet from Sunset Boulevard. The DA officially charged David with first-degree murder, special circumstances, which we knew. Okay, so that was the first interview with the DA. It looks like we have more from him. Let me see. Oh, did we already see this? Hold on, let me just... Girl, they got an ad in here. Okay. Oh, it's the same video. Okay, so let me just pause that. So, can't confirm if there is even a grand jury, but we know, from reports, there was one. He reiterates the DA and the LAPD were on the same page. Now, the defense will get discovery within 10 days of today. They're going to get grand jury transcripts, the coroner's report, and that is supposed to come before tomorrow's hearing. He clarifies the charges about special circumstances. The point is that David can't get parole if he's convicted on one of these special circumstances. The lying in wait, he invited Celeste to his house. Potential other individuals seem like none at the moment, but they could bring charges. Neo was brought up. There was no comment on Neo. The family was mentioned. He said they want justice, and the coroner's report is expected to be unsealed. We don't know how fast, but in this next several days or weeks, which comes as a surprise to me because I really thought that thing would be out by now. But maybe it'll come out like closer to the hearing or maybe right after the hearing. Now, there's another master timeline type of thing I wanted to look at with y'all. Someone made on Reddit, master thread timeline in the recent events. Now that we know David invited Celeste back to his house, we know that according to the district attorney, David allegedly committed the alleged actions for financial gain. But how did they know this? Probably because of her cell phone records, and they linked to the timeline and said it's not made by them. So here is the timeline, and it's in a Google Doc, but I don't know if it's like editable. Yeah, this is like a different timeline than SF Investigates. They said if you would like to make an addition, then you can email them or contact the head of the thread, mod mail. This timeline is a compilation of other timelines and information shared online. All details and events cannot be verified as facts. This is for speculation and education purposes only. So they start all the way back in 2005. David is born in 2005, Queens, New York, moved to Houston around age 13 and was homeschooled. Eventually, he moved into that Hollywood Hills rental starting in February 2024. That was one of the first, one of the few times that Celeste went missing was right around that date. He signed a record deal with Interscope Records at age 17. 5 years later, plus some months, Celeste was born September 7th, 2010. She went missing from Lake Elsinore, California in April 2024, but she ran away 3 times in 2025. Also, apparently, all the way back in 2020, there were calls for police service to Celeste's address. So this starts all the way back in 2021. This is kind of a speculative timeline, but they're calling it a master timeline. I want to go through the different points on this timeline with y'all. 2021, David supposedly meets Celeste. 2021, there was a user named Celeste1294 joining the Discord. David turned 16 that same year. That same year, there was a call for police service to Celeste's address, and that is the same year that Celeste turned 11. December 2021, David met Hello Kitty Girl. Is that Celeste? She would have been around 11 years old. They think they're alleging they're supposing that David meets her online and begins grooming. That same year, David puts out his first song ever, Runaway. He warns a girl about his issues and his flaws and begs her not to run away from him. A couple days later, December 21st, is probably around the solstice. David does run away, or what is it, solstice, or what's the other one? The solstice and then the other one. Anyway, 12/21 is like usually like like the longest day, and then the days get shorter or whatever. So David releases this song called Runaway, and that's in 2021. He's dreaming of a girl. This is the first song that he really ever put out. Late 2021, early 2022, allegedly is when they met. David is 15 or 16 years old at the time, and Celeste is 10 years old or maybe 11. Friends are supposedly confirming they met on Fortnite, but we don't know. We really don't know when they met. Then 2022. Oh, shoot. There's the release date of a song called Decide. David releases a song called Decide, and the lyrics are "Save your tears, 7 years." This could refer to someone who is 11 years old at the time and wanting to wait 7 years until she is 18. But again, this is speculation. TikTok song is released in 2022. This is May, of David complaining about a girl devouring his soul and threatening to kill her. That same month, Cinco de Mayo, which ultimately would end up being a precursor anniversary to the dismemberment date, according to prosecutors, Cinco de Mayo, there's a Twitter post. David says, "When I was writing this, I got a notification from you as you were talking about wanting to be with your mom and sister again, take you where you belong, but our circumstances won't allow us to be in our ideal situations. We got to push it. We got to push through it, bro." So somebody was saying, take me where I belong to my mom and sister in 2022. David tweeting, taking me back where I belong. David and Celeste make up and or possibly begin dating online. First signs of jealousy and possessiveness in 2022. May 10th, 2022, TikTok song released where he accuses a girl of lying and says his thoughts about the girl are getting deadly. This is 2022. Celeste would die in 2025. Now, even if he wasn't talking about Celeste in these situations, he was talking about killing somebody. 4 days later, he has a TikTok about how fast his relationship is moving. But then there's some kind of major fallout, apparently, according to this timeline, between May 19th and May 30th. May 19th, there's a TikTok song saying if it's not about money, they have to separate. Shorty got the cake and describes shooting someone in the face. I think this is his way of saying he thinks Celeste might be using him for money as an excuse for why she can't run away. But in reality, maybe it's another guy and he wants to unalive that guy. One day later, May 20th, 2022, David posts a TikTok that says, "She left, but I expected it." And the song is 12 Stout Street, which has lyrics that he's going to go to prison for doing some beep. And the only thing on his mind is proving a beep. The next day, May 21st, 2022, David responds to a comment asking if he's okay. And he says, "Wasn't before, am now." He posts an unreleased song on TikTok that alludes to unaliving himself and caring about someone more than they will ever know. And he posts several sad songs over the next few weeks. That same year, July 2022, Here With Me was first teased. And that was one of his first big breakout songs. Romantic Homicide is then also teased that month. Okay, so this is where his musical career really is about to take off. On July 20th, 2022, David released Romantic Homicide audio on YouTube. Romantic Homicide released as a new single from the debut EP Petals to Thorns. Romantic Homicide, it turns out, was actually released almost 2 months before Celeste's birthday. But the music video wasn't uploaded until her birthday. Her actual birthday. The Romantic Homicide was posted on Celeste's birthday, the music video, but the song was released months before. Then Romantic Homicide's slow version was released on July 20th, but the sped up version was released on the 21st. Then on the 23rd of July, 2022, David teases Beautiful Morning, which describes watching someone you love die. He continues dropping sad songs. The next month, there are some Discord messages with Marky, who is David's friend, and an undated video where Marky denies being David's bodyguard. He re-releases. Okay, so in September 2022, that's when David, so the month of Celeste's birthday, and 1 year exactly before his alleged criminal activities were started, according to the prosecutors, exactly a year before that, he was signed to Interscope and Darkroom. Then that same month, on Celeste's birthday, he releases Darkroom Interscope version of Romantic Homicide, and the video is released on Celeste's birthday. David releases the music video for Romantic Homicide on her birthday, and 10 days later, he explains the source of his inspiration for the song is the movie Up. The person who made this timeline said, I believe him because this is the only happy or romantic song that he wrote. And it's Romantic Homicide. It's called Homicide. So that's like the happiest song he wrote is called Homicide. The whole song is about reliving a lifetime of memories with someone in your dying days. Here With Me releases that same month. More Than Friends releases that same month, all in September 2022. The next month, October 2022, David asks in his Discord chat, is Celeste in here? Celeste Rivas Hernandez would have been 12 years old. I don't know if this is Celeste or a different Celeste, but Celeste, somebody named Celeste, replies, hi, David. Burke with the 3 Ks. David signs to the label and visits LA for the first time. Presumably, we don't know that for sure. Then November 4th, 2022, David recaps his first trip to LA for music, possibly the first time he ever met Celeste in person, but we don't know for sure. This is a possible date. November 2022 is a possible date for the first time he ever met Celeste in person. That same month, November 2022, there's an article about David. There's the Genius interview. That same month, November, he releases a new song called Notes from a Wrist, which contain lyrics like, I wanted you to take my soul, but you left it with me in the name of love. Run away from home again. It also says he isn't coming home. You and me against the world, all alone with my soul impaled, etc. Okay. So the next year rolls around, only 2 months later, January 2023, David posts a song on TikTok that repeats, don't tell me you forgot me, with the caption, she still forgot. David posts emo song musings that his girl must have found somebody better, with the caption, she didn't come to the concert, broken heart. February 2023, David posts a video lamenting that girls don't like him. Okay, incel, okay. David prepares to move out of his parents' home. That's at that time. Okay, so February 2023, this is the year that the DA alleges that the alleged crimes started with the inappropriate relationship. 23. David posted TikTok showing an empty room in the process of packing up, I guess, presumably at his parents' house. The same month, February 2023, David performs in Houston. He goes on his first tour with SZA. He plays in LA. He finishes the tour in early May. These are the Discord chats about gore that happened in 2023. David performs in California. Again, maybe he saw Celeste when he was there, but this is when Itami, the evil killer, cult leader, alter ego, is born. February 2023. That same month, he performs in London, and he does an interview with the Houston radio station. The next month, March, David performs in Paris. He performs in Brooklyn. He performs for Drake Underground in Toronto. He moves to LA, March 2023. Seen in a TikTok, March 9th, 2023, where he's with his mom and they're shopping at Home Goods. He is not seen posting from his family home ever again. Maybe David was already seeing Celeste on the low. On March 14th, 2023, he does that Zach Sang Show interview, or at least that's when it's published. And this is when he turns 18. March 2023, he becomes a legal adult. So you need to stop messing with anybody under your age. He makes a reference to a bae Maybe the person he later said he dated in 2023 is a minor. He posts a TikTok with the caption saying he doesn't have a girlfriend. Discord user named James tells another Discord user that he only adds underage girls, meaning David. David posts a TikTok about being sad a girlfriend left him. Okay, I'm going to fast forward. This is like too much details. Okay, let's go to 2024 because this is like the alleged criminal activity relationship started here. Celeste's 13th birthday. He posts a TikTok that says, "You guys hear the saddest song I've ever made tonight." Also, on Celeste's birthday, David sends birthday suicide song on Celeste's 13th birthday to the Discord. Oh my God. So on her birthday, this is the date that the DA alleges the crimes started. And David sent a birthday song, birthday suicide, on Celeste's birthday on the first day of the alleged crime starting to allegedly happen. You guys are about to hear one of the saddest songs I've ever made tonight on Celeste's birthday. Whoa. Then he did the Lost Pedals, Side Door Magazine interview. David performs in Miami for SZA SOS tour. David's in the Philippines in December, South Korea, whatever. Okay, so now we're in 2024. David starts a Twitch stream with Celeste. This is 2024. 3 months after the alleged criminal activity started. She said, "It's controversial of you, beep, kids." And they laugh. That's that Epstein comment. David says, "Delete all the VODs, delete all the live streams." That same month, he teases leave her and said that he would swallow an air tag. That he would swallow an air tag so she can track him. He posts a TikTok about texts that say, "I love you" and "my baby," ILY. There's a TikTok, he says, when she does the bare minimum, it's the most romantic thing I've ever experienced. First appearance of the Hello Kitty keychain. David did a live stream with some girl. It ended quickly. And he asked all the mods to delete everything. Okay. February 2024, that's when David's lease starts. David does a show about and talks about his first Valentine. He's doing a bunch of shows. He talks about Hello Kitty girl. First known date that Celeste runs away. Celeste disappears, February 2024. It's Valentine's Day. That was the first time she was ever reported missing, was 2024 on Valentine's Day. There's a few calls for service by police. TikTok user Robin River comments on one of David's videos saying, "Waiting for LAPD to get your ass for messing with a 13-year-old. And I've made videos about most of this stuff already. He teases house is not home. So that happened in February 2024. Then there was a video of that teacher talking about Celeste's disappearance is in March 2024. David performs in Houston, March 2024. The next day, there's supposedly security footage of Celeste that was captured by the liquor store. I want to get to like the actual murmur. We'll go through this timeline in detail in another video, but I want to get to the actual date of when they're saying she was murmured. Okay, so that's April 2025. April 1st, last year, 1st and 2nd, David unusually posted 14 slang-filled tweets packed with personal updates in an unfiltered style. Celeste's purse is also seen on the couch in a TikTok. A bag is seen in the background of a TikTok by David. David's Twitch stream studio session with Rich Brian. Kai Cenat receives a plaque from David for reacting to his album. April 8th, 2025. This is the month Celeste would die, according to prosecutors. David posts that he made the best song after finishing his album and might add it as a bonus track. Is it Afterlife? April 11th and 18th, David is at Coachella in Indo Cali. Video of Asia with David around that time. There's a tweet. Humiliation ritual complete. See you next week, Coachella. I love you. So he's tweeting about humiliation rituals. On April 14th, he does a Twitter post doing a backflip or a flip. And there was a Twitter reply to one of David's posts that said, "Your days are numbered, buddy." That same month, the month Celeste died, David interview with Associated. This is interesting. This right here, this deserves its whole own video, I think. David did a deleted post. He did a Twitter post doing a flip. Twitter replied to a deleted post, says, quote, "Your days are numbered, buddy." This is 10 days before Celeste died. David interviewed with the Associated Press. He also posts himself on Twitter performing at Coachella with the caption, "Thank you, Benson Boone." 420 is his second day at Coachella. This is just last year, 1 year before his arraignment. According to the charging document, April 23rd is when David supposedly unalived Celeste. The document says the killing was done for financial gain and she was a witness to a crime, and the crime was committed while he was lying in wait. Okay. The next day after Celeste allegedly died, according to prosecutors, David interviews with the Associated Press, and his tickets for tour goes on sale. The next day, Withered comes out, Say It Back, Invisible String Theory, Is This Really Love? They all release as singles. People are speculating, could this be Celeste's voice on the album? Put a 7 in the chat if you remember us speculating. Does that sound like Celeste's voice? April 25th, David cries after performing Afterlife for the first time. That is when the album was presented to fans, presented by Band Labs. A few days after Celeste died, on the 27th, there were 2 calls for service to Celeste's address. Then he does an interview with the Zach Sang Show. Not sure when it was actually recorded, but this is when David talks about the invisible string theory, and he talks about how he's single now, and all these references came from this unnamed girlfriend. And Zach Sang actually specifically asks him about the interlude. And I pointed all of this out in my video that I made on BJ Investigates about David. It's like the rise and fall of David, like the signs you missed or whatever. And I did talk about how Zach Sang like specifically seemed to be asking about the interlude. Like he had these specific kind of like seemingly predetermined questions that were written for him to ask. The same day that the interview with Zach Sang aired, David performed in Houston crying again during his performance of Afterlife. So it was like, right, both times in a row that he performed that song, Afterlife, he cried. So let's take a look at the lyrics to the Afterlife song. What was making him cry about this song? Something's missing. This is the first verse. Something's missing from inside of me. Someone stole what wasn't mine. The devil told me you were good for me. Oh Lord, the devil's talking to him, I rebuke. My mother told me he would lie, the devil. She probably said the devil is a lie. What doesn't kill you waits for later. Oh, that's sinister. What tries to keep you alive fails. I thought a girl would make me happy, but real love is not for sale. So I'll buy what I can as I try to pretend something else is making me cry when you cross the line. I'm still by your side. I crossed it with you. And when I die, you are holding the knife. Okay, so he fantasized about being killed by a knife. And they're saying Celeste was killed with a sharp instrument. He said, I'll love you from the afterlife. From the afterlife, from the afterlife. I'll love you from the afterlife. From the afterlife. The afterlife. What good is walking on water with a sinking feeling? What good is a kiss without meaning? It won't stop me from bleeding. But I'll buy what I can as I try to pretend something else is making me cry when you cross the line. I'm still by your side. I crossed it with you. And when I die, you're holding the knife. I'll love you from the afterlife, from the afterlife, from the afterlife. I'll love you from the afterlife, from the afterlife, from the afterlife. Okay. Starting in May. Okay. April 30th, a week after Celeste is reportedly killed, David creates his Reddit account, D4VD Reddit. And he posted in his David subreddit with the post titled, "What's up, guys? I finally have a Reddit." A week after Celeste died. Starting in May, David's Tesla was parked in a few different spots around the neighborhood, according to Steve Fisher. April 30th and May 1st, David again unusually posts a series of 18 cryptic one-word or phrase tweets and shares the song 11 p.m., which was supposed to feature on the Withered Deluxe album. Lots of Twitter replies about the album. Twitter reply, leave her and Afterlife. And this brings us to Cinco de Mayo, May 5th, 2025. According to the charging documents, count 3, this is when David dismembered and mutilated the corpse of Celeste Rivas. The same day, David appeared on And the Writer Is with Ross Golan, where he discusses his struggles with music while being homeschooled, working with SZA, and how his old iPod, which he showed, he said played a big role in shaping his music taste. He also talks about how his music career started and how his family perceived it. May 6th, the day after the dismemberment, Neo and Asia are in a video rating Met Gala looks. Oh, man. Then he does a mukbang with Pokimane and Cat's Eye, who just performed at Coachella themselves. May 9th, David's interview with Mahogany. He talks about how he had manga-inspired alter ego named Itami, who is a detective and a murderer and a cult leader. And this is a group picture with Celeste Herrera, the other Celeste, and Neo and Vanessa, posted on Extra D4VD. Okay, I really like this timeline, and I want to get more into it. I actually maybe I'll do a whole dedicated video just going through piece by piece the specifics of the timeline, but it is so extremely detailed. I'm not going to have time to get into it today, and that leads me to the next topic I want to talk about, because I do want to switch gears. The time has come. I have another video coming out on BJ Investigates in about an hour. And that one is about ASHTON Kutcher. Okay. Now, we did just talk about how Danny Masterson's trial, Danny Masterson was held in the same jail as David. That came up there. But I want to talk about, I want to switch gears, and I want to talk about ASHTON Kutcher, because there is a video, like I said, coming out on my channel, BJ Investigates, in about an hour. And I've worked very, very hard on this video. I don't know what's been going on with that channel over there. It's not getting the love it used to get, but the video quality has remained the same. I want to talk about ASHTON Kutcher, specifically something that doesn't really come up that much in the video that's coming out later. And that is ASHTON Kutcher got named in the Epstein files. And I do kind of mention it in the video that's coming out later, but I didn't really give it, I think, the attention that fully it deserved, because the video is already so long. Like, I got up at 5:30 this morning. I have not stopped working all day nonstop because I had to get these 3 videos out. So that is going to conclude the David coverage, but we need to switch to the Epstein files here. Okay. And we need to talk about ASHTON Kutcher's name coming up in the Epstein files. Now, I want to be very clear. I am not saying ASHTON Kutcher knows Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not saying he did any of the untoward things that Jeffrey Epstein did. I'm not saying he even knew him, had a connection to him. All I'm doing is looking up ASHTON Kutcher's name in the Epstein files. Okay. Is this? There we go. Okay, let's just start here. It's 14 things. Okay, so this is from Quora. How did ASHTON Kutcher prepare for his role as Steve Jobs in the new movie Jobs? Yeah, this is from Cora. I don't think that necessarily means anything. All right. Is this all just news? Oh, wow. Okay. Whoa. Okay. So Jeffrey Epstein sends this email or gets this email, receives this email from his assistant or one of his like personal assistants, Peggy. This is in 2011. And 2011 is an important year in the Ashton Kutcher story. And you'll see that later tonight. They say, FYI, Marshall Heyman has this now. He is not sure how much space he has. We'll call back after lunch. Postcard from St. Bart's. Roman Abramovich was clearly the king of the island with a new 500-foot yacht called Eclipse and a new 300-foot yacht called Luna that floated in the harbor. The concentration of wealth, power, talent, and gorgeous people all running, sunning, surfing, or boating around in a party pressure was an intimidating sight to behold on my maiden voyage. So who is this to? They don't tell us. They done blacked out who it's to, but it's from one of Jeffrey Epstein's assistants. It was the Oscars, Cannes, Venice, Hampton, Saint-Tropez, and Qatar all rolled into one. Thank God I had clocked that travel experience to help me stay afloat in a sea of social sharks who insisted they came here to relax. I arrived December 20th, stayed in Taiwan, next door to the Isle de France, next door to Larry Gagosian, next door to Brooke and Dan Needich, next door to Samantha and Abby Rosen, and all on the best beach called Flammonds. Okay, so this lady, Peggy, she would send these emails to Jeffrey Epstein about her travels, and it almost seemed like she was reporting to him, like, who all is there, who I have access to. Tamara Milan, Greek documentary film director Angela Ishmailos, and I hosted a lunch at Taiwan for 40. Harvey Weinstein brought his family. Okay, we're going to talk about Harvey Weinstein in the video that's going to be coming out tonight. He was at this 2011 party. Eddie Spencer Churchill, a descendant of Winston Churchill, was seen swimming to his tender. That's like a little boat. Holding a DVD of the king's speech over his head in a waterproof bag. This was the hottest DVD to score for the private screenings. So see, she's kind of like giving Jeffrey Epstein like updates on what's going on with this party she's at in St. Bart's. Larry Gagosian gave the chicest dinner at his home. Demi Moore and Ashton Kutcher. Selma Hayek and Francois-Henri Pinault. Okay, this guy is a freaky freak. And Rupert, oh my God. There were only 100 people at this party in the Epstein files, okay? 100 people attended. Who was there? Demi Moore and Ashton Kutcher. Who else? Harvey Weinstein, apparently. Who else? Selma Hayek and her husband, Francois Pinault. Pinault? Whatever. I don't know. We would say Pinot. But he is this like, he owns like, what is it? Like Christie's auction. He owns like one of those auction houses. He owns one of those museums. He's like extremely, extremely unfathomably wealthy, but he has like nasty art. Have y'all ever seen that art of those kids? And as instead of a nose, they'll have like a part that normally supposed to go up under your a little boy's pants or something, but this artist would make these very hyper realistic child-sized mannequins, and then they would put basically like genitals on the face. Y'all have seen it. I'm not pulling it up, and I actually strongly encourage you like to only look at that stuff at your own, risk, because it's nasty to look at, and it's just gross. It's just it's really nasty to look at. Hold on, I needed to write something down. Nasty to look at. But there's other nasty art. Why are rich people so gross? Indeed. It's just nasty. So back to this I don't even know. What is this, like a dossier? Larry Gagosian gave the chicest dinner at his home. Ashton Kutcher was there with Demi Moore. Selma Hayek was there with her weird ass husband. Wendy and Rupert Murdoch and Jimmy Buffett. What the hell? Photographer Bon Vivant Jean Pigozzi had a book signing of catalog something at Click Gallery in town where billionaires Nat Rothschild, Nicholas Berggruen, and Paul Allen bought books. The following night, Paul hosted a party on one of his yachts where he played guitar with his own band. Do you see what I mean? How this is like just giving Jeffrey Epstein, like, here, oh, Jeffrey, or giving from Jeffrey Epstein's assistant to redacted. Girl, who is it? Is it one of the inbred royals or something? We're talking Rothschilds. We're talking Rockefellers. We're talking Ashton Kutcher. We're talking Harvey Weinstein and his family, the descendant of Winston Churchill. I mean, it doesn't get more elite than Rockefellers and Rothsteins and Rothschilds. Oh my. And Ashton Kutcher was there. Kind of weird. New Year's Eve was ruled by the Russians, where vivacious Dasha Zhukova and Roman Abramovich owned the night at their $90 million estate on Governor Beach, previously owned by the Rockefellers. At midnight, sexy Fergie and the Black Eyed Peas belted out "I Got a Feeling." So they had the Black Eyed Peas over there, girls, 2011. At Roman's Will I Am and DJ Just K spun pulsating music till dawn. What in the hell is this? This is an email? Dancing Up a Storm were Rula Jabriel and Julian Schnabel, Stephanie Seymour, Peter Brandt, Ellen DeGeneres, Portia de Rossi, David freaking Geffen, Lauren Michaels, Russell Simmons. The gang is all here. This is like, you know how they kept saying like Epstein had like blackmail, like he would send his people out to get the blackmail on people. The Files has a whole Scientology connection too. I think they are now using the churches as a cover for their operations. Me too. And the Mormon church too, I think they using. Did she have a P3DO community newsletter or something? David Geffen's mentioned. Ellen DeGeneres mentioned. Bob Colacello, Patrick DeMarchelier, Frederick Fekkai, Susan and John Hess, Sony's Rob Weisenthal, Marjorie Goobleman, and Derek Blasberg. Ron Perlman had a New Year's birthday party. He was one of the first babies born January 1st on his boat with Anna and Graydon Carter. John Bon Jovi, Mike Ovitz. Johnny Pagozzi hosted a New Year's Day lunch. Yeah, this is like a newsletter. This has to be like a newsletter. On his Artie tanker turned yacht, My Amazon Express boatmate Martha Stewart. Y'all, please. The web is webbing. Martha, because remember, I didn't have time to read all this stuff because I was working on a video that had nothing to do with the Epstein files. It's just like kind of like, okay, also Ashton is facing more criticism now lately ever since the Danny Masterson trial, because Danny Masterson was a well-known prominent Scientologist. He is now convicted S-predator. Convicted. And I'm not even sure, was it I don't know if it was maybe a minor, maybe not, but he's convicted as predator now and he's in prison. And he had already been convicted and it was time to sentence him, Danny Masterson. And Danny Masterson had a bunch of people, or his lawyers did, had a bunch of people write character letters for him to the judge to consider for sentencing. Two people that wrote character letters for Danny Masterson were Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis. Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis both were on a show with Danny Masterson called That 70s Show. You might be familiar with it. Not only that, like I said, Danny Masterson is a prominent, well-known Scientologist. The Church of Scientology itself also kind of gets pulled up in the case against Danny Masterson, the criminal case. They get mentioned, and apparently they were accused in the lawsuit of trying to help destroy victims' credibility, destroy victims' reputations, and to help and build up Danny Masterson. But if you just take a step back, that's exactly the pattern that we see in the Epstein files. We see this pattern in the Epstein files where he's working with PR people, Melissa Nathan's former boss. He's working with people who were in New York. Jeffrey Epstein's got emails going back and forth with people who are journalists at the New York Times, high-level journalists. The president of the United States official biographer, Michael Wolff, is going back and forth in these Epstein file emails, trying to help Jeffrey Epstein get out in front of PR. And then in the Danny Masterson trial, we also saw a very similar thing. It was like, let's attack the victims in the press. Let's build up Danny Masterson in the press. And then you have this weird Ashton Kutcher connection, not only because he's on the show with Danny Masterson, not only because he went to the Scientology Christmas party one of those years and did Christmas caroling, but also because he wrote a character letter in support of Danny Masterson after he had been convicted. Now, all of this happens in the meantime of Ashton Kutcher himself owning or having founded an anti-child trafficking non-profit. Ashton Kutcher actually went to Congress and testified supposedly on the behalf of, children who are abused and exploited online. He founded a nonprofit that's supposed to help victims of exploitation and abuse. All the while, he then would go on to write a letter in support of somebody who was found guilty of exploitation and abuse. Well, it probably won't come as a surprise to you to find, that's called Thorn. It probably won't come as a surprise to you to find out that he did have to step down from the Thorn. And y'all have been asking me to make a video about this Thorn and all of that for a long time. Now, I do want to just say Thorn is only a part of this video that's pretty long, that's coming out in about 40 minutes, but coming out about 40 minutes from now on my other channel. Thorn is only a small part of it, but I do talk about it. I talk about Brittany Murphy's death. And Chris says, didn't Diddy do the same thing too? Like, yeah, you saw him in that 50 Cent documentary, how Diddy was like on the phone with his lawyers, and he's like, I need somebody that's good at propaganda. It doesn't have to be from the United States. I'm paraphrasing here. Thank you to Lisa Marie for the $2 super sticker. Thank you to Vaughn Moth for becoming a new member. Thank you so much to SJ for the £2 super chat. Your commentary is always so enjoyable. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Canadian Crystal for becoming a new member. And thank you to Lindsay for the $1.99 super chat. Thanks so much. We love you. Mean it. Thank you. Thank you. What's Al? I don't know who that is. That speech is foul. They abused these girls, then used our tax money for their nonprofit, funded by grants from tax dollars. We are literally paying for their crimes. Huh. He delayed a murmur witness also. Huh. So let's finish reading this weird ass newsletter. Okay. Johnny Pigozzi hosted a New Year's Day lunch on his marvelous Artie tanker turned yacht. boatmate Martha Stewart, who I made a video about her. She was involved in investing in I'm Clone. That she got mentioned in my cloning series on BJ Investigates. She helped to decorate the tables with small, brightly colored ocean animals. Selma Hayek brought her daughter. Oh God, she's the one that's married to that weird museum freak. Brian Grazer brought Chosen when Lawrence Bender came along. I've seen that name before, although I'm not able to place it now. Now look at this little crew. Roman Abramovich. I wonder if any relation to Marina. David Geffen. We've seen his name before. And Guy Oseary. Who is Guy Oseary? He is Madonna, or was Madonna's longtime manager. He was Madonna's manager from, I think, Maverick Entertainment. Yes, I do talk about the murder of ASHTON's, I don't know if it's ex-girlfriend for sure. It's, somebody he was going to be going on a date with. The very day he was going to be going on a date with her to this Oscars after party, she got murdered. And he called his agent. This all runs deep, but these people are running wild. Didn't he call his agent? That Roman fella owned a football club in the UK. Interesting. They won't prosecute any of this. They literally can't. Pam Bondi told the truth when she said it would destroy the country. Everyone who is even slightly anyone is involved. Well, let it burn then, baby. Let it burn. Martha Stewart, who has been coming to St. Bart's for 20 years, so since the early 90s, then drove me around the entire island at sunset in my black Mini Cooper convertible and gave a lecture tour only she could deliver. Wait, I thought there was more. Oh yeah, here. Guy Oseary. Okay, so I skipped the important part here. Roman Abramovich, David Geffen, Guy Oseary, Demi Moore, Ashton Kutcher, Vivi Navo, fashion designer Aaron Featherstone, and none other than Harvey Weinstein all wished each other a happy new year. Okay, they were all together wishing each other a happy new year. Let me just give you that list again. Roman Abramovich, David Geffen, Guy Oseary, a huge music mogul at this point, Ashton Kutcher, Vivi Navo, Aaron Featherstone, and Harvey Weinstein. What in the hell happened at the New Year's party in 2011? Martha Stewart gave her a tour around and a perfect ending to a perfect holiday vacation. Marshall, call me to discuss. Is this okay? This has got to be some type of Mossad fucking newsletter, girl. What? We need to check Corey Gamble. I looked for his name in here and before, but I didn't see anything. Nothing came up. Also, Ashton was married to Demi Moore, who had done inappropriate things in public to a co-actor, recorded on video in the 80s, which can be found online, even YouTube. Whoa. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to look that up. Not right now, because I don't want to play nothing on here. I don't know what it is, but so let's see what other times and ways Ashton's name comes up in the files. Okay, so another Quora. I have seen some people speculating that these Quora ads are like, it means that you have typed that question out before, but I don't think that, in my opinion and experience, that doesn't seem to be true. I'll look up something on Quora and then it'll just like send me an email about something related to it. But sometimes I just get emails out of nowhere from Quora. Like, for example, that, Quora, Quora. So Quora is like a question, answers your questions, like a how-to or whatever. It's kind of like you've probably seen it before, Quora. I've been getting emails from Quora and I do not know how to make them stop about joining the CIA. It's like, are CIA agents always secretive? How do you join the CIA? I'm like, okay, I know for a fact I've never asked any Google search, especially Quora, how do you join the CIA? So I'm just trying to figure out why and how the Quora is sending me stuff about joining the CIA and the FBI. Are CIA agents always covert? Are CIA agents always hide? Like, what does CIA agent have to do with anything? So people are saying, oh, Jeffrey Epstein must have looked this up in Quora. In my experience, that isn't necessarily the case. What is this? Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 ADA notice. You are a person with disability. What is this? There was something to do with Ashton Kutcher in it. It's in Spanish. Oh my God. Jean-Luc Brunel. Holy shit. Sorry for my language. This circles back around to the other topic we were talking about lately, the Melania Trump, Jeffrey Epstein allegations, Zampoli, Amanda Ungaro. Put an 8 in the chat if you were around for those discussions. I had like a 4-page, I had a 4-episode series here. The web is certainly webbing. Again, anybody mentioning plants and trying to push a plant on my channel gets instantly banned. I'm not even sorry. Okay, wait. The autopsy report is available. I'm gonna have to do the breaking news. The autopsy report is available, they're saying. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to do the breaking news. I'm gonna have to circle back to David. Autopsy report released. Where is it? How can I find it? Who's posted it? Someone sent me a link on my email. Okay. I'm checking right now. Breaking news, autopsy report. Apparently, I haven't been able to confirm it yet. Okay. Thank you. All right. We're on. All right. Here we go. Okay. Breaking news. Celeste Rivas Hernandez autopsy report just broke. I wanted to talk about Ashton Kutcher, but I need to jump on this fast because it just broke. Cause and manner of death for Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Press release from the medical examiner as of right now, today. The County of Los Angeles Department, and I'm learning this. I am learning this at the same time as y'all. Okay, so this is a reaction. I don't know what we're about to get into. I don't know what we're about to read. The County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner determined the cause and manner of death for 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez as multiple penetrating injuries caused by objects. The manner of death is homicide. Multiple stabs. They said multiple penetrating injuries caused by objects. Which objects? I don't know. She was discovered at 1100 hours, September 8th, 2025, in the front trunk of a vehicle in a tow yard in Los Angeles, and her death was pronounced by a detective with the LAPD. A deputy medical examiner conducted the examination of Celeste on September 10th, 2025. The deputy medical examiner, Forensic Science Center. The cause and manner were determined December 9th, 2025. Wow. So Celeste Rivas Hernandez, cause of death has been determined and known by the medical examiner for 4 months. More than 4. A court order initiated by the LAPD, not the DA, as Mark Garagos erroneously had stated, prevented the medical examiner from releasing the findings. Okay, here is a quote from the medical examiner. After several months, I am grateful this information can now be released, not only to the public, but also to the grieving family, enduring loss. It is unfathomable that they had to wait this long to learn what happened to their daughter. The transparency of the information contained in our findings and reports is essential for empowering the community to make informed changes, to effectively reduce fear and allow the community to take informed action. Woo, he's cooking. This is the guy who did Kim Porter's autopsy, by the way. Making the department's information publicly available is not just about accountability. It's about social justice and prevention. By ensuring access to this information, we strengthen our ability to learn, to act, and ultimately to prevent the next tragic loss of life. I want to extend my gratitude to our partner agencies for taking the necessary step of filing an order with the court to make this disclosure possible. Yeah, that was the DA. So it's just a press release. It's not the actual autopsy. Let me see if the actual autopsy result has been released. Like the actual autopsy. Oh my God. Secret Service Sam is freaking obsessed with me. Oh my God. Should I sue him for defamation? I'm thinking about it. Oh my God. Should I get a restraining order against this man that's sending people in my circle emails? What an obsessed freak. I'm actually concerned. Maybe we should call CPS to check on those kids he's got in his house that he left all summer last summer at the Diddy trial. I don't know. Okay, let me go to TMZ. You know, they got it exclusive. They do. Here we go. This was posted about 20 minutes ago, published 20 minutes ago or so by TMZ. Medical examiner says Celeste was killed by 2 penetrating wounds. Hold on, that's not what it said. Multiple penetrating. It's multiple, not 2. That's maybe they talked to the medical examiner. Let's see. 2 penetrating wounds. Celeste Rivas Hernandez cause of death has just been revealed, and the medical examiner in Los Angeles says she was killed by multiple penetrating injuries with unspecified objects, and her death was ruled a homicide. So they didn't say a knife, they didn't say a sharp instrument, they just said objects. The medical examiner says, okay, they must have the actual autopsy report, and they're quoting from it. Medical examiner says there are, quote, 2 penetrating wounds of the torso with smooth edges that may represent sharp force injuries. The wound, which is 3/4 inch in length and 1.5 inches deep on the upper abdomen, penetrates the liver. And the wound on the left chest penetrates once on the left intercostal spaces with disruption of the adjacent ribs cortical surfaces. Okay. I'm wondering, did she have all her organs? I want to know. Was she missing a kidney? Was she missing a liver? Was she missing a lung? The wound is on the upper abdomen and it penetrates the liver. Upper abdomen. That's like right around here. And the wound on the left chest penetrates one of the left intercostal spaces with disruption of the adjacent ribs cortical surfaces. So intercostal means between the ribs. Sorry, it's hard for me to talk about this stuff. I went to law school for a reason, girl. I can't do medical. Because I can kind of, like, I have a very vivid mind's eye, and I can kind of see it, and it freaks me out. But this is important for public concern and reasons. Oh shit. It was in her heart, basically. Penetrates the left chest. That's where your heart is. Your left chest is where your heart is, and it's got to be high enough to penetrate through your ribs, but a lot of people don't know this. Your ribs start real high up. Your ribs start like up here. Sorry, it's been already such a long live stream. I'm feeling it's been 3 hours, 33 minutes, 31, 2, 3 seconds. The medical examiner says in the autopsy report, I guess, there are 2 penetrating wounds of the torso with smooth edges that may represent sharp force injuries. The wound is about 3/4 of an inch and about 1.5 inches deep. Penetrates one of the left inner, like between the rib spaces, and with the disruption of the adjacent ribs cortical surfaces. It's interesting that the medical examiner used the word may, which is absolutely something the defense will jump on. And of course, we can't just have a TMZ article where they just tell us how the girl died. No. They have to jump in and eke in and say, but look at David's defense. This will be an interesting issue at trial. The autopsy report says there is a presumptive positive for methamphetamine and MDMA, but there was another screening that says methamphetamine was inconclusive and MDMA was not detected. The report says Celeste may have had alcohol in her system, but it did not contribute to her death. And I'm going to tell y'all one thing. Meth ODs are extremely rare. They are very rare. It is almost required that you have some type of underlying heart condition. And I'm not an expert, but I have an immediate family member that died from a meth to the D. Okay, so I have somewhat of, done a little research here and there on the matter. It's not like a fent OD. It takes a lot more. MDMA, I'm not sure you could OD on either. MDMA is ecstasy. I've actually talked with, people in recovery, and I've told them before, my dad, that was, and they said, are you sure? I never heard. That's crazy. I've never heard of that. And I was like, yeah, I guess he just took a lot or whatever. He hadn't in a while and it was a relapse, whatever. But I've had people before who kind of would really know. They're like, that doesn't sound right that he could owe, someone could owe to the D on meth. So I'm only bringing this up to say, like, if they're going to try and hang their hat on she OD'd, it's going to be hard to hang the hat on MDMA and meth. And the methamphetamine could be Adderall. She could have had a prescription for Adderall. A lot of people in this very chat have positive, amphetamine in their system, and it's because y'all taking Vyvanse or Adderall or Ritalin or whatever. This was but also maybe she had it in her system, maybe she didn't, because there was a toxicology report that said that there was a presumptive positive, and that's also not very strong for David. Presumptive positive means they really didn't actually detect that much. I'm actually typing it in. Presumptive positive meaning in California. Okay. See, look. It'll say amphetamine, not methamphetamine. Okay. Yeah, meth will rot your body from the inside out before it actually kills you. Sometimes the Molly it's also called Molly, right? MDMA. I think people like Mark should have to disclose if they have financial ties or relationships to any of the cases they talk about. Otherwise, it's just doing underground PR for a shadowy entity. I agree. Lisa, thank you. She says you can't OD on either of those. Well, you definitely can, because I got a medical examiner autopsy report that definitely shows that as the cause of death, methamphetamine toxicity complications. But the real actual cause of the death was a heart attack, like a cardiac arrhythmia or whatever, whatever it was. So like it caused a heart attack, but he had already he had like 3 blocked arteries. We learned a bunch of stuff after he had died, but basically because his heart was already in a weakened position and his immune system was in a weakened position because he had had surgeries and other things and infections and this and that, he had a heart attack that was caused by the but that is his cause of death. So I just want to be very clear, you can absolutely overdose on meth and die. Yes, you can. But you got to have something else, like your heart got to be weak or something. It's got to be like exacerbate something else that it worked alongside with. But it is unusual. It is much more common that it would be some type of opioid or something like that. In California, autopsy or toxicology report, when something is a presumptive positive, that means the initial screening test indicated that there's the possible presence. Possible. But it hasn't been yet confirmed by a more precise second level. So they might have picked up some things that might sometimes be in the MDMA, but aka X to C. But when they did the more precise test, there was no presence of MDMA. Now, the methamphetamine, maybe she was doing it, maybe she wasn't, maybe she had it in her system, maybe she didn't. It was inconclusive. But it's going to be, golly, I must have did something really wrong in my past life to have to now go through a whole trial where they're going to be arguing about a meth OD when those don't even freaking happen. Exposure therapy. Who is bankrolling his high-profile lawyers? Indeed. That is a great question. I'd love to know the answer. Exactly. Yeah. Doing hardcore substances over time can cause your organs, especially your heart, not to function properly. Maybe it was, no, they have tests for that. The FET, they have tests for that. A lot of MDMA is laced with the other one. Oh, okay. Interesting. The body, okay, the report says Celeste may have had alcohol in her system, but it did not contribute to her death. Good to know. So they can't say she drank herself to death either. She could have had alcohol in her system, but that didn't contribute to her death. The body was badly decomposed. Her head was partially skeletonized. What? She was missing her left eyeball. Where's the left eyeball? Her head was partially skeletonized with an absent left eye. And it was the left eye. Oh no, they're never beating the Illuminati ritual allegations, girl. Her remains were found in a black body bag and a black trash bag in David's Tesla. Now, this is different information than we had been given previously. Previously, we were told that it was 2 bags. Then we were told it was 2 cadaver bags. Now it's 1 black body bag and 1 trash bag. The medical examiner also confirms what we were told last week by high-ranking source in the LAPD, that Celeste's manner of death was homicide. Prosecutors allege David murdered Celeste with a sharp instrument on April 23rd, 2025, and then waited a couple weeks and then cut her body up and stuffed it into the bags. He then allegedly kept those bags in his Tesla front trunk for 4 months. I don't believe that's what happened. I think he put it somewhere else and then it ended up in the trunk. Maybe an accomplice. I don't know. He then allegedly kept the bags in the Tesla front trunk for 4 months until they were discovered in September 2025 after the car was towed to a tow yard. Cops say the state of the body when found made it difficult for the medical examiner to figure out the cause and manner of death, and the body was severely decomposed. David pleaded not guilty Monday after being charged with 1 count of murder, also continuous abuse of a child under the age of 14, and unlawful mutilation. Of human remains. Oh my God. Where was her left eye? Where was Celeste Rivas Hernandez's left eye? Hasn't even been updated yet. Let's go to the medical examiner's website. And see if her name, her case shows up now. No, it still doesn't even show up. Let me try Rivas. It hasn't even been on. Harvey Levin and them have some type of insider, you know, something. Everyone's saying this was a ritual. They found this tattoo. Staff, it's up. I don't see it. This was a sacrifice ritual. I wonder if he started his Illuminati ritual, but he tried to back out or he wasn't strong enough to finish or something. The gore definitely went straight to his messed up brain. I look forward to the jury throwing the book at that fool. I can imagine the feelings of law enforcement that discovered the remains. I don't want to think about it. I can't even think about it. So now Celeste Hernandez. Now zero. Now zero. Look, this is crazy. The medical examiner's website is insane. Look, I got Celeste, Celeste, Hernandez. Search. Total results 0. I'm going to do a refresh. Search. Total results 0. I know y'all saw me earlier. Look, Celeste Rivas, nothing. Let me see. Celeste Rivas. Let me go to the Reddit. I bet you the Reddit is a good we have a good chance of finding the actual autopsy report posted there. Somebody said, do you think David's unreleased song Celeste is going to be in the evidence tomorrow? Y'all, this is like making me feeling like emotional or something. I'm looking for the actual autopsy report. If I can't find it on this live stream, I'm going to have to order it again. So I don't know where this came from. Somebody said Ben's. Oh, look, there's actually pictures. The medical examiner said 2 penetrating wounds. So they do have pictures. Let me go back to that TMZ article. Oh, I don't see those. Oh, here, look, here's some pictures. Holy Jesus. Oh my God. Okay. So here are the 2 wounds. I think so too, Venus. I hate it. I hate it. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. I think some disgusting activity happened as well before the trunk. Her spirit is now flying free. It's the intelligence agencies that own the music industries that are culpable. Listen, I wouldn't be surprised if this body wasn't on ice somewhere and got put in that trunk. I'm telling y'all. But this is what they're showing us here. Thank you so much to Justice Gypsy for $2 super chat. Little spiders ain't able to hide now with the full web. Indeed. Y'all, I had the full intention of being talking about Ashton Kutcher right now, but I mean, this breaking news happened. Look at where they show this diagram. Oh my God. She had oh my God. She had some type of like dental appliance. She had defensive wounds. She had defensive wounds. I think she got stabbed in the back. Look at this. Multiple defects. Look at what is this? Lying in wait? Is this the lying in wait? She had multiple stat. Look at this. What does this mean? Somebody that watches a lot of true crime. I can't zoom in any more than it already is. Multiple defects. It says 1 to 1 3/4 inches, and it looks like huge stab marks. Is this the lying in wait? Oh my God. There was a stab wound right here to the diaphragm area around the liver. And then there was a stab wound of some type right near the heart, under the, breast, on the chest. And then if you go over here, um, eyeball not present. Something is going on right here. I'm just looking at the different stuff. 9-inch top of leg. Finger is absent. Okay, this is another thing. Okay, so I looked into another mysterious death in LA. Somebody that I investigated and looked into. A Hollywood witch, we'll say. She had a son-in-law or a nephew or somebody in her life who had a girlfriend turn up dead. Now, the back end people are saying that the person ended up dead in this famous celebrity's house, but the actual, police reports and stuff say that she wasn't dead in someone's house. But what was so crazy to me was the autopsy report for this girl. It was a 2018 autopsy report, was missing 2 fingers, or one of the fingers. A thumb, a finger. I don't know why'd they cut the finger off. Then I saw another autopsy report. I think it was that drummer from My Chemical Romance or somebody. I'm doing this all off the cuff, off the top of my head right now. But he was missing a finger. Hold on. I keep seeing these LA autopsy reports where people are missing a damn finger. Look, absent. 2 fingers are absent. She had the tattoo. It's in the autopsy report. 15 bottom of heel. I think she got stabbed in the back. I'm putting it here. This is my prediction. This is what I think is going to be. This is just on these pictures. I'm not an expert by any means. I think that's what the lying in wait is. And I think that's why they're going with lying in wait. He jumped out, stabbed her 3 times in the back. I think this is the theory. And then she fell, and then boom, boom. And that's what killed her. That's my theory. I'm going with that. Now, was she also on benzos? Was she also on, and why go? Some crazies keep parts. Yup. Maybe it was torture. And I've had this thought. I've also in my mind. So there's 2 things I've had in my mind's eye about this case. I just want to remind y'all. One was the pigs, and one is a pretty much production room. And I see 5 people in my mind's eye. 5. Celeste is there. And all around the room, there's people, including David, and they're egging each other on, and it's being live streamed. That's what I see in my mind's eye. It could be a schizophrenic hallucination, girl. It's not a fact. Fingers being missing would mean that she fought for her life. And I think this is why I think this indicates she did fight. Multiple linear abrasions on this right here. So was she also trying to hit, or was she trying to crawl to get away? Linear abrasions means they're all going in a line, and it's like cuts or scratches. What's this stuff too? Oh, this is where the legs were cut off, by the way. cut 12 inches off the top leg, 9 inches from the hip here. No finger. Was the hand cut off? No, just no. Oh my God. The legs were cut at the knees too, y'all. The foot got cut off. Look, the knees were cut. This was cut. The two legs were cut on two spots. So the legs weren't just one leg. It wasn't just two. It wasn't just it was, oh my God. The legs were chopped up, not just took off, like chopped at the knees. Look, here is this. She got stabbed in the lung. I think she got stabbed from behind. I think this is their lying in wait theory. I really do. It shows the arms too. Yep, look. Cut off right here. Cut off right here. And if you're going to go through the trouble of cutting off someone's finger, why'd you leave the one on there that said "sh" on it, stupid? Oh my God. Multiple. This right here is going to be important at trial. Mark my words. She got stabbed in the back. But that didn't kill her. They're saying what killed her was this, when she got stabbed in the heart, pretty much. I mean, her heart probably somewhere over here. But like, you know, because they're calling this a defect. They're calling this a stab wound. See, defect. So she had huge ones on her back. So it was multiple. So TMZ is reporting 2, but they're only reporting those front 2. There's 3 back here. 5. Did everybody have to take a turn? Her body was into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 pieces. Unless this also means her. No, that was the tag. The body was in 7 pieces, and there appear to be 5 stab wounds. Now, I do want to point out, remember that cross? I have so much stuff I didn't get to today, but we're just going to push it forward. We're just going to go. We're going to push it forward. We're going to premiere the ASHTON video still at 3:33, which is in about 5 minutes. But I want to go back to, oh my God, y'all. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is crazy. Look at this. This is a screenshot from one of David's music videos. It's a little girl with her arm chopped off, and it's flying through the air. Rehab from September 2023, exactly 1 day after after the DA alleged that the criminal activity started. The criminal activity, the improper relationship started September 7th, 2023, according to the DA. This is a day later. Here's his anime video of a little girl getting her arm chopped off the day after the inappropriate relations started. Somebody on Reddit said, starting to feel like this was kind of planned. I'm looking for, yeah, here you go. Look at this. Okay, so just to remind y'all, here we were. Chop, chop, stab, 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 sharp instrument, don't know what. 2 days ago, somebody on Reddit said David's hands. People were speculating that he had a defense cut on his hand and possibly after Celeste was murdered. But if you look closely, he carved some kind of writing on his hand. This is very disturbing. Look at that. Now, it would be interesting to know, is David a lefty? Look at that. Look at that. Look at those 2 lines. Look at those 2 lines. 1, 2. Now, you can imagine if you're holding, here's my gavel. Here, I'll do this one instead. Here's my gavel. You can imagine, let's say you're holding something like this and you go to stab. How would those lines lay across your hand? Like that. You see what I mean? So here's these two little nubs here. Can you see it? See how it has two little nubs? Now imagine those are some type of thing on, a knife or whatever. Let's say you would take your hand, grab it around like this. So those two little nubs would be right there in the palm, right? And so let's say you wanted to forcefully, vigorously, poke a hole in something. And let's say it left lines on your hand. How would those lines be? They would be in that direction, just like that. Now, there's a Steve Fisher post. We're just going to have to do this later. He has an album cover with a girl's hand missing. It's like he was trying to get caught. Probably invited her to a release party. Wasn't his album coming out the next day? I feel like maybe she did have a drink and maybe he took a nap and then he killed her. I would really appreciate if y'all would go and watch my video that's coming out right now on BJ Investigates. I know it's not the Breaking David news, but I got to think about how else I want to keep covering this. Like, do I want to come back on live and make another video? Do I want to make a video for that surprise witness? I'm really not sure. I need to try to see if I can even get that autopsy report myself so we don't have to listen to stupid TMZ because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But it does look very ritualistic. I will say that. That's all I really had for this one. If you stay where you are right now, you're going to be redirected to the rise and fall of Ashton Kutcher. If you can't watch it right now, please come back around and watch it a little later. Would really appreciate it. I worked very, very hard on it. And I also just need to take a little step back. I've been on here for 4 hours. So I'll see y'all in the live chat over there in the premiere chat. And I will talk to you soon. In the meantime, opinions ain't defamation. Neither are facts. Everybody's innocent till proven guilty. Love you, Mina K. Bye.